and on gender transformative analysis. Then I need to check if we are all in the room now. Those talking at the back, please, I would like to encourage you to come and have a seat. I don't forget those who are online. Do we have people connected on Zoom? George? How many? So, good morning to all of them, and we welcome, how many? Okay. We welcome them warmly to this session that is starting. So, are Benin representatives in the room? Benin? Okay, good. Who from Togo is in the room? Good. Nigeria? Good. Who from Burkina Faso? Okay. Are they in the room or behind the room? Okay. Then we have Senegal. Senegal? Only one? Okay, good. Please come and have a seat. Gambia? Good. Thank you. Guinea-Bissau? Okay, he's out. Sierra Leone? Excellent. Guinea? Thank you. Mali? Thank you. Ghana? Ghana? Oh, there is no Ghanaian in the room. Hey, Roger. Yes. Who are the Ghanaians in the room? But yesterday you were plenty. Yeah. Okay. So at least we have some of the Ghanaians. But the cluster PI is not yet in. But we hope she will join very soon. Niger? Niger? Okay. So I'm really ensuring we are all. Huh? Capo Verde. Capo Verde. A big applause for Capo Verde. So, which one? Côte d'Ivoire. The country of the socio-anthropologists. Thank you very much. So, were all the countries listed? Liberia. Thank you for being in. So, I really take this time to ensure at least one strong representative of each country is here now, because we are not going to spend too much time trying to summarize. We will have a plenary session at the end of the day to really go through what we have achieved with the 2 days workshop. But we will really use as much as possible our time now to really get the best we can grasp out of the trainings that we are organizing for you with the support of the Institute of Tropical Medicine of Antwerp. We use this opportunity to thank them for really agreeing to share their time, knowledge, energy, and passion on 2 subjects today: system thinking and gender transformative analysis. Those 2 elements are really core principles and core pillars of our methodological approach. System thinking we cannot really address vulnerable population, mitigate collateral effect on vulnerable populations without really thinking system. And gender remain a key dimension of inequalities, inequities, and many diverse other dimensions of our society. And we need to take that into account. How are we going to do that concretely in this project? So we will receive some insight from Clara Affon. I really ask you to welcome warmly, please, a warm welcome to Clara Affon from ITM. Please, a warmer like than that. A real African welcome. Thank you very much. So then she will take the floor and lead us through those two subjects. We'll have a first session of approximately 1 hour and a half, and another one and up to the lunch. And after lunch, then we will have some cluster sessions again to see how you can take, apply already some principles of what she will share with us to review and adapt your rapid assessment strategy. Then, during the plenary at the end of the day, don't remember that each country, each cluster PI will have to present to the audience concrete steps on how they will proceed with the rapid assessment. So please take advantage of this moment and enjoy yourself. Thank you. So Clara, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So, can you hear me? Yes? Okay, good. Because it's a bit quiet. Huh? Bonjour aussi, juste pour les collègues francophones. So, the presentation is going to be in English. I think there's some translation. And then after the meeting, we will make sure to share the resources with you guys in French. So I will start by introducing myself. I met a few of you this morning already. Sorry? Okay. Okay. Thank you. So my name is Clara, as JP has presented me. I work at the Institute of Tropical Medicine. I'm a nurse by training, but for a couple of years, a number of years, I've been working on health systems, policy, and just complex systems in general. I'm also doing my PhD in political science, and I'm focusing on gender, very specifically not health, but my focus of my work is on gender, which is why I'm here today also. So, we have a lot to do today. I thought we had more time, but it seems like we won't have as much time, so I'll try to go through quickly. But I would invite you guys to work together so that it can be more interactive and more interesting. Yes? So this is just a quick outline of what we're going to go through today. We will look at the theoretical perspectives of complexity and systems thinking. We will look at how to apply complex adaptive systems thinking to health. And we will finish by thinking about how to do complex evaluations. Okay. So, when you hear the word complexity, what do you think about? As I said, I will need you guys to work with me here to come up with some answers.
You can unmute your mic and talk. Huh?
Any suggestions?
I will offer a drink to the first speaker.
Oui. I think it's a lot of things together.
Yeah. It's a lot of things together. That's true. Any other extra answers? Any other additional answers? Vous pouvez parler en français aussi si vous voulez.
Yeah. Simple.
Please.
Well, issues, well, let me say.
Try to use the mic, please, so that the colleagues can hear.
Difficulties, complications.
Okay. Okay, thank
It was difficulty or complication.
you. Okay. So we had two answers, a lot of components and difficulty or complication. Okay. So I think, of course, before we can even answer the question, what is complexity, we need to look at three things. We need to look at the nature of the thing we are looking at. Then we need to look at the nature of the system. Then we need to look at the nature of the situation before we can decide whether it's complicated or complex or simple. Yes? So the first one is the nature of the problem, as I said. And for that, it's very important to differentiate between simple, complicated, and complex. So simple problems are quite easy. They are things that have linear causes. If you remove a chair, I fall on the ground. It's quite simple. It's very linear. You can find solutions that are standard and they can be applied without any specific adaptation or expertise or trying to fit it in. It's pretty easy. And an example, a nice example, is baking cakes. That's something that, yeah, it's quite easy. Formulating a pharmaceutical product, it's also quite linear. You get the ingredients together, you mix it, you can formulate something quite easily. After the simple problems, we move to complicated problems. That's the next level. So this is sets of simple problems together, and it's compounded by scale and coordination. Yes? It requires a bit more specialized expertise, and even you can still apply formulas or standard solutions to them, but it requires a bit more critical thinking. So examples is if you want to build a railway system between two countries, it's a little bit more complicated than trying to build a road in a small city. And then we move on to complex problems. Here we're talking about sets of simple and and to solve them, there's definitely a need for specific expertise. If they're complex, if they are context specific, it's obvious that you need specific expertise for that context and that problem. So an example is, I was discussing with a colleague earlier on, is UHC. It's a complex problem. You cannot look at health financing in Ghana and try to apply exactly the same sets of policies or solutions as you would in, say, Nigeria or in Niger, because the situations are different, the contexts are different, everything is quite specific to that context. So we've talked about the nature of the problem. Now we move to the nature of the system. So we'll talk about the basic elements of the system, the different types of systems, and the theories for explaining and describing systems. I think I'll move quickly from this. So what is a system? Basically, it's a unit that is made up of three main elements. The first is agents, so the people, the actors, the stakeholders. The second is the structures that work within the system. And the third is the processes of the system. So those are the three. I would ask you to keep this in mind because we'll refer to it again and again and again. The three elements of a system are the actors, the structures, and the processes. So as I said, the agents are the actors and the stakeholders. The structures are the grouping of the actors or the mechanisms for organizing the actors. So for instance, norms are a mechanism, other institutions, these things are all mechanisms. The process is the series of actions that connect together to achieve the outcomes. Okay. So, what are the different types of systems? We have open systems, we have closed systems that need constant exchange with the environment, with the other components of the systems, like a human being. You cannot be in isolation. So a human being can be classified as an open system. Closed systems they don't need any interaction. They don't need continuous interactions, whereas isolated systems do not need any interactions at all. So, oh, yes. So that's just an illustration. So, to describe systems, to explain systems, there are two main perspectives. There's one that considers systems as machines. So that's the mechanical systems theories. And then there's the other one that considers systems as living organisms. So one is open systems theory, and the other one, which we will focus a bit more on today, is the complex adaptive systems theory. Yes? By the way, if anyone has any question, just feel free to raise it. So this is the mechanical system perspective. It's pretty obvious. It has linear cause-effect relationships. You can predict what will happen by the inputs you put into it. If you change one element, it only affects the elements around it. It's quite easy to imagine. Just to say something very important here is that the whole system can be understood by its parts, which is different from the other theories, as you'll see later. Let's skip this. Okay, so moving on to the complex systems theory, it's basically a set of concepts rather than a theory in itself, and it describes how complex systems work. And it basically separates between two types of sub-systems. The first one is a complex system, which has different components that interact with each other. The second is a complex adaptive system, which has many components which interact with each other, and where the interactions are affected by the system, but they also affect the system. I don't know if it's clear for people, the difference between the two. Is it clear? Yes? No? No? Okay. So the first one is, I'm trying to think of an example. The components of the complex system, they do not necessarily have to interact with each other. They can be independent, but they can also interact with each other, and their interactions are kind of bounded. But for the complex adaptive system, the interactions always happen, and when they do happen, they have an impact on the entire system, but that also has an impact on the interaction. So it's a two-way thing. Whereas a complex system, it's more like a one-way thing. Yeah? Any questions or? Let me think. I'll give an example of a complex adaptive system. So, for instance, the example of UXC, there are many different components there. You have to think of the health workers, you have to think of financing, you have to, and if you affect one part of the system, it actually has an impact on the other parts. So if you have a policy, for instance, on health workers, it can affect financing, and that then has an impact on the entire system of the policy of the UXC. Do you see what I mean? So it goes back and forth. So human resources has an impact on the policy on the UXC, but that has an impact back on human resources. Is that? Complex systems is a bit different because the components do not necessarily have to interact with each other. And when they do, the interactions do not always affect the entire system. Do you see? So I can't use the same example because then it doesn't work. But in a complex system, for instance, you have independent components. Sorry?
It's for everyone.
So once there is an independent component which is not interacting, then it's not a complex system.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if it's a complex system, then of course, then it means that there is an interaction in that relationship, or provide some kind of feedback, which may also feed into the system. I know that complex systems tends to be mostly adaptive.
Yeah.
Because, so I'm struggling to see how you can, I find the relationship, the separation you are creating to be a bit artificial. Or too theoretical, because most complex systems tends to be adaptive.
Yeah.
So as one system is affected, it tends to affect the other systems, which have a feedback loop on how these function. And that is how the adaptation happens, especially because you are dealing with human beings, not necessarily machines. And even if it's machine, it would affect something in effect. So. I think let's just accept that it's more theoretical than practical.
It is. You're completely right, but that's why this section is called the theoretical perspective. Of course, the theoretical perspectives are the ideal perspective, and then you move on to practice, which is why for the rest of, after getting through this section, which is the theoretical perspective, we'll move on to and focus on complex adaptive systems, because those are the things you really meet in real life. You don't see a lot of complex, simple, in quotes, complex systems. Can I move on? Did you want to say something?
I think, but this can have like very drastic influence in some situations, but my perspective is that I'm not sure that all complex systems are adaptive by nature. I don't think that all complex systems are adaptive, but maybe this have not so much
but I think that's what the colleague was trying to say, to highlight that most complex systems are adaptive systems. So yeah, I agree with the comment.
Okay, that works. Let's move on.
Okay. I will skip the break because we have a lot to get through. So the main reason we're here today is really to talk about complex adaptive systems. The rest was just to give a quick introduction. So, as we've said before, complex adaptive systems consist of the three elements of systems, so the actors, the agents, the processes, and the structures. They're tightly coupled, and if you make a small change in one part of a system, it has an impact on the other components of the system and on the system as a whole. Yeah? And you can have different types. You can have tightly coupled systems, as I said, where small, quick changes have an impact on other areas. So an example is global health security system, which we obviously are seeing what happens when a small change somewhere has an impact on the whole world, on health security for everyone all over the world. Loosely coupled systems are where the influence is a little bit more diffuse. So the internet is a good one. We all know that everything is interconnected. We can see how the interactions matter with the whole idea of the internet, et cetera, but it's a bit more diffuse. You cannot you cannot link them so closely. So, what are the characteristics of complex adaptive systems? There are 5 main characteristics. One is something that we've kind of talked about and alluded to a lot, which is that there are non-linear relationships. You cannot say A leads to B. It's usually an addition or a combination of a few things working together in a way that you cannot. It's difficult to detangle each of the interactions and each of the impacts of the interactions. The second is feedback loops. The colleague here has already referred to that. Both positive and negative. I'll give examples of this as we go along, but I just wanted to give a quick overview. Third is path dependence, which means the outcome depends on actually what happens at the beginning. Then the next is complex adaptive systems have emergent behaviors. That means the properties of the components, of the whole component, each of the components, when you combine them together, they create a new set of properties which is difficult to ascribe to the original component. So a good example is water. Water is very simple, is made up of oxygen and hydrogen. Each of these elements have their own properties, but when you combine it together, the result is something that's completely new, that neither fits with the properties of hydrogen or oxygen. Another example for the doctors here is the cell. You know, when you remove one cell and have it in a petri dish or I don't know what, the properties that cell has is different than the properties of, I don't know, a system which is made up of cells. Yeah? And the last thing, the last property is adaptation, which we've talked about a bit as well. So, the non-linear relationship, as I said, is when you cannot directly say A leads to B. Not just in terms of direction, but also in terms of the measure of the impact. You can have a very small intervention that can have huge impact, and you can have huge interventions that have very little impact, because there are many factors working together at the same time. So just to give a visual illustration, the first is a linear cause and effect relationship, and the second is a non-linear type. The first one you can see is pretty easy to explain. The other one is a little bit more complicated. The next characteristics is the feedback loops. We've already talked about the positive and the negative feedback loops, and I'll give examples later. But also, the other issue is the issue of delays in the feedback. So not only do you have positive and negative feedback loops, but you also have delays or time factors in the feedback. So you can do something, but you don't see the impact immediately. It takes a while to see the impact of that intervention. So an example is global warming. It didn't start today, it didn't start yesterday. It's something that's been going on for a long time, and we're gradually starting to see the impact. And as we said before, the negative feedback loop. So a good example, which I'm sure many people know very well, is the fee exemption policy. If you remove fees, utilization goes up, but that has an impact on a number of things, which can then result in less motivation for health workers, for instance, more stress, lower satisfaction. Everything affects everything, basically. Yeah? On the positive side, if you have, for instance, a quality of care policy, it can improve patient satisfaction, which then has an impact on health worker motivation, which then in turn has an impact on patient satisfaction, and so on and so forth. I'm kind of rushing because of time, but if you have any questions, feel free to stop me. I really want us to get to the group work, so I'm speeding through. Yeah. So this is just an example of, I used here COVID as an example to kind of describe what this looks like in reality. Here, I talk about feedback loops, positive and negative, as if it's something that happens separately. But in reality, it's more complicated. You have them happening together simultaneously in different directions. As you can see, it can be quite a complete mess. But this is why it's also really difficult to have linear explanations for things. Yeah? So just an example of COVID here, you can see the positives, the negatives, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so this is our first group work. I think I will try to divide the group into, how do we do it? 4, 5. Yeah, I think we can do like that. Maybe we can divide into 3 groups and try to do this exercise. We have 10, 15 minutes. If I will let people choose groups by themselves because of the language. Voila.
So let's make this a contribution to our country cluster activities. So organize groups around in clusters. So Benin cluster, Ghana cluster, Burkina cluster, Guinea cluster. So organize in cluster so that also you can use concrete real examples and start your reflecting together on the concrete challenges that can emerge from applying this to your real situation. Please, let's take 1 minute to do that quickly, please.
So sorry, Jean-Paul. Just to say, today we will have a series of group activities. I've tried to make it linked to the project that we're working on. So where possible, try to use examples that are related directly to the project. You see that during the day that all the group works are like that. It's just so that we're already in that thinking. Yeah? We have 15 minutes, let's say. We will come back together at 9:50.
Please, what's the CAS? Okay. No, my people are coming.
I don't know what's happened with Chico. What is he? He's what? Hello. Send a message.
L'idée, c'est de choisir un impact de la pandémie COVID-19 dans un pays de votre cluster. Vous choisissez un effet spécifique et essayez de créer une boucle de rétroaction avec une causalité circulaire, un diagramme de causalité circulaire, en ayant en tête les principes des systèmes adaptatifs complexes, des systèmes complexes adaptatifs. D'accord? Voilà.
I just wanted to add that each group should please choose somebody to present. Yes? Il faut une personne pour présenter les résultats dans chaque groupe. Yeah? Are we ready or do we need 1 or 2 more minutes? 1 minute? 2, okay. 2 more minutes and then we round up, each group presents. On a encore 2 minutes et puis chaque groupe doit présenter. Can we come back together? Yeah. And each group should decide on who will present.
Hello. As we are coming back to the plenary session, those who for lunch want the food to be packaged for them, please notify that to the secretariat so that your list will be transferred to your number can be transferred to the restaurant. Or can we just raise up your hand? Do you want your food to be packaged for you for lunch, or do you want to eat at the restaurant for lunch? For me, package. So one. Who else? Who else wants the food to be packaged? Donc, qui sont ceux qui veulent que leur déjeuner leur soit emballé et ils vont aller manger là où ils veulent pour le déjeuner? Si vous voulez lever la main gauche. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. So only 3. All the others eat in the restaurant. Okay. Solved. So welcome back. 4. Gorgeous. 4. So welcome back to the plenary.
So who wants to go first? Which group?
You report, you tell them. Oh, no.
Which group wants to go first? We don't have a lot of time. Yes, please.
My English not well.
When you present your stuff, please identify the country, the impact, and then go on to the results. Yes?
Right, okay. So this is presentation for group, Ghana group. So
It's not allowing it.
the country of
What
Cape
about-
Verde,
Hello?
I rely on tourism.
Hello?
I rely on tourism and the impact of COVID-19 on tourism. So our main
Hello?
focus is on tourism. So with
It's
to
not coming
unpack
through, right?
the impact, we realize that tourism have effects on
Hello?
local loss
Can you hear me?
employment,
Hello?
leading to loss of employment.
Hello?
So the link is negative, which has led to loss of income security, and then eventually poverty for some group of people. And then it has also affected internal migration because Cape Verde is a cluster of islands. So people move across the islands that are busy to work. So with the loss of the international tourists coming in, there has been a loss of income and also that internal migration. But then we realized that because the international tourists are not coming, it has had positive impact on the environment. And then the environment has improved plants and sanitation. And so that is positive. And that is all thanks to COVID-19. But then it has also improved connection with internal tourism because international tourists are not coming. There is a promotion for international tourism, and that is positive. And also social security because people were engaging in a lot of informal work, but thanks to COVID-19, now they have been forced to but then immigration, it has affected immigration in terms of international tourism. It has affected immigration, but we are not sure what direction, so we'll let it there. But in terms of local industry, we thought that it has the loss of tourists, international tourists, had affected local industry negatively. But then and it has affected also importation of supplies that support the tourist sector negatively. However, it has also boosted that lack of importation had boosted local industry in a positive manner. So the direction between local industry to international tourism is negative, but lack of importation to local industry is rather positive. And then also supplies have been seen to be negative.
Okay. I will thank you very much for that input. Just to say two things, which is you did a good job explaining other things, but the goal is also to explain the positive and negative feedback. So you have to link it back to the original things, which you did, but I just extend it a bit more. So we're talking about the impact of COVID on tourism. So then if you want to look at the two positive and negatives, you apply some of the things you said, but you link it back to the impact on tourism. So for instance, you could say, like you said, there's increased tourism. I'm just saying now, you could say there's increased tourism because more people within the country are going back because there are less international people and it's more affordable. Like I'm just picking from what you said and trying to extend it a bit more. And at the same time, you could say there is decreased tourism. So you see it's from the two sides. It goes back, you have to link it all the way back to what you're describing. Otherwise, you don't close the loop. You see, because you gave the reasons, but you didn't lead it back to the issue you're talking about. So you need to close the loop. But as you, yeah. So you gave the examples, but you didn't take it back. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Yeah. So
there are different focuses. So the internal tourism were busy working. The internal people were busy working, of course, citizens. But now there is nobody coming, and they don't have much to do, so they have to visit and travel. And
yeah, but then as you what you're saying is right, but then you link it back to the tourism thing. That's where you get the, you see?
So you link the internal tourism back to international tourism.
Back to tourism as a whole. So you say tourism goes up and down because of this, which is the positive feedback loop, and this, which is the negative feedback loop, but it has an impact on tourism as a whole.
Right.
You see what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you. Next group, please.
So,
sorry.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. So we work on this. This is the findings of our group work. We chose the interaction between COVID-19 and HIV patient follow-up in Mali, which is one of the countries of our cluster. So after our discussion, this is what we found. COVID-19 has an impact, a negative one, on HIV patient follow-up, mainly a dropout. Because of COVID fear, they don't come for medicine delivery, etc., and other services. And since they don't come, there is another one, another impact that would be an increase. So a negative impact, an increase of viral load in their blood. These patients, HIV patients, and this increase in viral load will also have another negative impact, which is the decrease of CD4 cells, which are the body soldiers to defend the patients. And so this decrease in CD4 has a negative impact also on the mortality, because it can very quickly lead them to death. It also contributes to the development of co-infections like TB. And it can have a negative impact on the directly observed therapies if the TB is there and the patients are supposed to take the medicines, but because of COVID, they don't come. So a negative one again. But this COVID infection also has an impact on medicine delivery. In general, not only HIV medicine, but like tuberculosis, etc. This one also is a negative impact, but we have noticed a positive impact, which is in the case of Mali, they used during this COVID very old, experienced HIV patients who have been followed for 10 years, like 10 years, and so they so-called like expert patients or social, they use them as social mediators. For the patients like old people who cannot come, or for patients who are critical in the society, they don't come. And the health workers, they know their criticality, so they send these people, after being trained, of course, to the community to help them, like for things like sample collection, for medicine delivery, etc., or even social psychological counsel. So they use them positively as a result of the COVID-19. And so these patients or expert patients, they intervene positively in the service deliveries in the community. They also help to reduce the stigmatization of the patients, because sometimes if these people come, even those who come, sometimes the health workers, they don't want to touch them or their, they leave record documents, etc. So this stigmatization can be reduced by using these patients to go to them in the community.
I'm going to pause it there because I'm looking at the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was a good example. We were talking about HIV care or HIV access to HIV.
Yeah,
access to HIV in Mali.
Self-delivery. Yeah.
Sorry.
Access to HIV medication.
Access to HIV. Okay. In Mali.
Yeah.
This was a good example, and the reasons you gave were also good. But like the colleagues here, you also didn't close the loop. Yeah. So when you give your reasons, you have to take it back to it. So the impact was on access to HIV care. But you gave the positive and the negative loop, but you have to take it back all the way.
It's like a two-way.
Yeah, but you have to link it back to the impact.
Okay.
So a negative, you said that because of the COVID, the people were scared to go to the hospital. So then that has an impact on the access to. Yeah, so you have to take it back to the thing. Otherwise, the loop is not closed, it's open.
Okay.
But you can also look from the other side. I was discussing with colleagues there. You could, for instance, say that it increased, for instance, utilization, which is linked to access, because maybe people are scared that they have COVID, so they go to the hospital more. You see, so then that again has an impact on the, do you see where I'm coming from? Do you understand what yeah? Okay, so each time we should try to close the loop, because that's how we can see the cause or the causal loops. Otherwise, we just give reasons, but we don't, it's difficult to connect them to each other. Thank you. The next group. Yes. Close the loop, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Laz. I'm presenting for Team Nigeria Cluster. We identified the effect of COVID as reduced access to quality healthcare services. And by this is looking at generality of healthcare services. So the, excuse me, so the causal factors were identified mostly having positive effect on this identified consequence of COVID-19. Looked at the lockdown, the total shutdown has caused a reduce of those healthcare services, and in itself also affected the availability of commodities. The logistics management of health commodities were generally affected by lockdown, which also reduced access to commodities needed to provide quality healthcare services. Fear of COVID-19 transmission or fear of contracting COVID-19 reduced the access. The fear also led to stigma, which in itself has a positive effect on the reduction of access. So lack of PPEs also kind of reduced the access because healthcare workers were scared to provide attention to patients. And lack of PPEs also led to strike action by healthcare workers in Nigeria, which in itself reduced availability of healthcare services.
And each time you say, you have to go back to then the impact on quality of care. Otherwise, we see the reasons, but it's not leading. You see what I mean? So that's the thing I want to highlight. You always have to take it back to that thing. Otherwise, it's difficult to follow it. So.
Okay. So the reduced financing, the overall budget, a lot of resources were channeled towards COVID-19 response, and it kind of reduced financing for other diseases or healthcare, other aspects of the healthcare system to provide services. So the rechanneling of funds from malaria, TB, and others towards COVID response also kind of affected the access. So it also reduced access to all those other services. The security measures, limited movement, and enforcement of the use of face mask and all that brought a lot of persons in conflict with the security agencies, and in itself reduced the access to healthcare services. Then deployment of healthcare workers to COVID-19 treatment centers reduced the availability of workers in regular hospitals, and in itself reduced access. And also infection of healthcare workers The lack of PPEs, of course, or inadequate PPEs cause infection of healthcare workers and even death of some healthcare workers, which also reduced access to services and also caused deployment or redeployment of healthcare workers.
I will stop you there, thank you, because we still have two groups, but I like how you, towards the end, you were showing not only is each factor having an impact on what you're looking at, but they also have impacts on each other. You started to do that towards the end, which is what it's really important to keep in mind. PPE affects human resource infection, which then affects the number of people, which then affects, you know, the use of PPE, et cetera, et cetera. They're all interrelated. Yeah?
Right. Thank you.
This group, please.
Okay.
Which country and which impact?
Nous, c'est le cluster 5 ou cluster 5. Voilà, qui regroupe Côte d'Ivoire, Sénégal, Burkina Faso. Voilà. Donc, pour l'exercice, nous sommes partis du fait que la COVID s'est propagée dans la population. En se propageant, cela a entraîné des comportements à risque au sein de la population. Ce qui a entraîné, vu ces comportements à risque, le gouvernement a pris des mesures, notamment couvre-feu, confinement, fermeture des marchés, fermeture des restaurants, fermeture des cinémas, des théâtres, bars et espaces publics. Il y a eu aussi la fermeture et plutôt la limitation des déplacements. La distanciation sociale a été imposée et il y a eu la fermeture des écoles. Donc, ces ensembles de mesures gouvernementales ont eu pour conséquence un impact. Et là, nous nous sommes focalisés sur l'impact socio-économique. Et ces impacts socio-économiques, parmi ces impacts socio-économiques plutôt, il y a le licenciement des personnes, et le licenciement des personnes a entraîné un chômage. Et il y a également eu le chômage technique. Le chômage technique a également été transformé pour certains en perte d'emploi définitif. Donc, licenciement, chômage technique, perte d'emploi ont entraîné une réduction du revenu. La réduction du revenu a engendré au niveau des ménages une insécurité alimentaire. Et du fait que il y a eu une insécurité alimentaire, cela a provoqué des tensions au sein des ménages et au sein des couples. Et ces tensions ont engendré par moments des violences conjugales. Au niveau des enfants qui sont présents dans les ménages, il y a que ceux qui vont à l'école ont été obligés d'être des vagabonds temporaires. Et comme tout ce monde est à la maison, cela a entraîné également une consommation, une hausse de la consommation dans les ménages. Et pour des personnes qui sont majeures, il y a eu des grossesses indésirables. Donc, voilà en quelques... bon, il y a aussi un autre élément qui est intervenu, que nous avons noté, c'est que par rapport à tous par rapport à tous ces impacts, il y a eu une autre décision du gouvernement de subventionner l'eau et l'électricité. Donc, voilà où nous sommes arrêtés.
Merci, merci, merci. Je vais dire la même chose que j'ai dit aux autres groupes. Vous n'avez pas fermé le loop, hein? Parce qu'à chaque fois, vous parlez des impacts socio-économiques et vous décrivez le raison, mais vous n'avez pas terminé le schéma pour l'amener, pour retourner où vous avez commencé. Donc, normalement, on parle, comme vous disiez, des impacts socio-économiques. C'est vrai qu'il y a eu de réduction de niveau peut-être pour toute la population ou pour quelques parties de la population parce qu'il y a eu de chômage, etc., etc. Mais d'un autre côté, il y a les gens pour qui le niveau socio-économique est même augmenté parce qu'ils ont commencé des autres activités qui n'étaient peut-être pas importantes avant le COVID. Donc, il faut voir les deux côtés. Et il faut amener jusqu'où vous avez commencé. Il faut lier il faut lier avec le sujet. Et puis, essayer de faire de trouver le lien entre les différents facteurs aussi. Parce que, par exemple, le fait que les gens n'ont plus de travail, ils vont peut-être commencer à réfléchir comment je peux gagner de l'argent. Ils vont trouver une autre manière de travailler. Vous voyez, donc, tous les facteurs ont un impact et ils sont tous liés aussi. Vous voyez? I think that was the last group, no? Ah, okay. Very briefly, sorry. Please go ahead.
Yes. Si on tire, ça va pas. Ok, merci. Je vais y aller en anglais, en français, pardon, puisqu'on l'a construit en français. Donc, on s'est attaqué à l'impact de la COVID qui a consisté en la baisse de l'accès à l'éducation, dans ce qui est un peu transversal dans les pays qui sont représentés ici et qui est dû à la fermeture des établissements scolaires. Donc, un des impacts négatifs qu'on a eu à relever, c'est que cette baisse d'accès à l'éducation a affecté des populations qui vivaient du commerce lié au monde scolaire. Donc, tout ce qui est alimentation ou vente de matériel, etc. Cela a eu comme résultante une baisse de revenus et donc du pouvoir d'achat au sein de ces populations qui vivaient de ces commerces, avec pour conséquence une baisse de l'accès aux services sociaux, aux services de santé, de loisirs, etc. Cela a pu résulter en la suspension de l'accès, enfin, a augmenté le problème de l'accès à l'éducation, même si on devait réouvrir plus tard les établissements. Donc, ça ferme un peu la boucle de ce côté, je sais pas. Alors, une résultante positive de la fermeture des établissements ou de la baisse de l'accès physique à l'éducation, c'est que il y a eu une augmentation de l'utilisation des technologies de l'information et de la communication dans l'éducation. Cependant, cela a engendré un impact négatif qui est l'exacerbation des inégalités sociales dans l'accès à l'éducation. Ceux qui avaient les moyens pouvaient continuer à y accéder, mais ceux qui n'ont pas des moyens n'ont pas de possibilité d'accéder à cette éducation. Du coup, cela nous ramène au problème de la déscolarisation et de la baisse de l'accès à l'éducation. Bon.
Merci. Désolée, mais c'était bien comment vous avez fermé le loop en fait. Et la dernière chose que vous avez dit, c'était l'accès, les innovations, non, innovations. Oui, vous avez dit que ça peut diminuer l'accès, qui est vrai, mais on peut considérer aussi que ça augmente parce que, par exemple, il y a les enfants qui sont handicapés, ils n'ont jamais eu l'opportunité d'aller à l'école, mais maintenant qu'il y a tous vous voyez, donc tout, ça peut avoir un côté positif, négatif, et ils ont tous liés aussi. Mais bien, merci beaucoup. Voilà. Thank you to everyone. We are going to speed through the next session very, very quickly. So I'll speed through the next few parts, and we'll move to this because there's another exercise that I would really like us to do. Yeah. So this is basically very quickly the different viewpoints on complexity in health. Some people see it as a given, something that's normal, something that's part and parcel of health. Some people see it as a constraint that needs to be addressed, and others see it as an ideal form of the system. So my question is, why should we apply here? I really would like people to respond. Why should we apply complex systems thinking to health? Why? Why don't we just think about it in a simple way? Why do we think about it in the complex adaptive systems way? Paul, you want to offer another drink?
A beer.
So, all right. Okay, I think health in itself is complex and has so many variables. You know about the social determinants of health, and different locations have these different the social determinants, behaviors, environments, and all of that. So, and the using the complex adaptive means because these variables are not constant, they keep changing. So it also has to be adaptive as the changes are happening. We are adapting to make sure that solutions are sustainable.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other answers? No? Okay. So I put a few of this here, and I think the colleague there has talked about them, because when we're talking about human populations, we're talking about complex systems. Yeah. When we talk about health, as he mentioned, they're complex determinants, and health problems have complex causes. Yeah. If you're thinking of malnutrition, for instance, you cannot just give a child a tablet and then the malnutrition stops. There are so many different aspects of the problem. Health interventions themselves have to be complex. And then, of course, you have the fact that healthcare organizations are complex, and the links between outputs, inputs, impact are also complex. So in short, everything is complex. Yeah? Okay, so these are the reasons why we should use complex systems thinking. We already talked about some of them. It allows us to recognize the complexity of the system. It allows us to detangle or untangle the different components and to look at the interrelationships between them. It allows us to look from a very holistic and comprehensive perspective. And finally, it allows us to accept uncertainty. If you think of something as a complex adaptive system, normally with that comes uncertainty. And that allows us to accept that things change and to be ready to be agile. Yeah. So how do we apply complex adaptive systems in health? We think about, again, the elements we talked about at the beginning, the actors, the processes, the structures. It's important to identify all these things, to think about feedback processes. That's why I kept pushing all the different groups to do. Don't just think about the reasons, the factors. You have to think about how it feeds back to the original thing. You think about emergent issues and adaptability. So,
maybe there are questions in the chat.
Yes. Yeah.
We can close some of them.
If you have any question online, for those who are online, please feel free to unmute yourself and ask the questions. Or, sorry, type in the chat, Pluto. So we've talked about all of this stuff already. We've talked about, is that a question? No. We've talked about a lot of these things already, so I will keep moving on. But as I said, complexity is a challenge for evaluations because it's difficult to find a tool that allows us to describe the issue, the context, the outcomes, the actors, etc. It's really difficult to find a tool that does all of this stuff. Yeah. And of course, you have causal models like the theory of change. You can use this in complex systems to describe complex issues, but it's not ideal. Why? Because it focuses on some key elements which are limited. It doesn't really look at the interrelationships, the mechanisms, the actor characteristics, or the context. So very quickly, an alternative is theory-driven approaches. An example of which is what's it called? I forget what it's called. Realist methodologies, which start by looking not at the issue, but at the underlying mechanisms. And then it links experience, theories, knowledge of what has been done before, information that exists in the world already, to findings from empirical findings. Yeah. So we use realist methodologies for systematic learning. We use it when there are complex issues that we want to understand the different dimensions. We use it for looking at the different aspects, so the actors, the context, mechanisms, outcomes, and the interrelationships between them. And as I've said, the benefits are that it structures the learning process and it allows lessons to be drawn across different contexts. Okay. So the key thing, I'm rushing because I really want us to do this exercise. The key thing about realist methodologies is that when you look at an issue, you look at every part of it. You look at the actors that are involved. You look at the outcomes. You look at the mechanisms. What else? You look at the context. Not just one part, but all the different parts and how they relate to each other. So we're going to do another exercise very quickly, which is in the issue that you chose in the previous exercise. Some of you, well, all of us came up with the factors, reasons, etc., etc. Now I would like you to go back to that same exercise and try to tease out the important actors, important contextual factors, and the mechanisms that were at play for each of for let's say one positive feedback loop, one negative feedback loop. Is that clear? So look at the issue that you've looked at already, pick one positive feedback loop and one negative feedback loop, and identify the key actors and stakeholders, identify the outcomes, identify the mechanism and the contextual factors and how all these things link together. Is that clear?
I will link that back to a question that was raised yesterday, I think about Côte d'Ivoire. To know, okay, in the literature, I will find thousands of effects that people will claim are collateral effect of COVID-19. How do I assess and know critically that this effect is a real one? Okay, there was this question from here yesterday. So this exercise starts to make the case to on how we critically assess a collateral effect or an effect that is in the literature linkage to COVID-19 as collateral effect. Okay? By trying to create a set of configuration around that outcome. So this exercise is what we are introducing now. So just think about what you produced in your group. You can just choose one positive and one negative loop interactions, and then try to unpack this interaction and ask the question, okay, what is the outcome of this interaction? Who are the actors intervening for this interaction to happen around this interaction? What are the contextual elements that are playing a role in this interaction? Okay. And then why this interaction is operating that way? What are the either the reasoning of people? What are the underlying causal mechanisms that are making this interaction to happen this way? Okay. So just took one positive, one negative, relationships, and then try to unpack those elements of that. Actors, so actors, context, mechanisms, and make explicit the outcome. En français, je peux expliquer avec un peu plus de termes plus précis pour que nous nous retrouvions. Donc, nous avons fait tout à l'heure cet exercice-là de boucle de rétroaction. D'accord? Donc, choisissez une relation ou un lien, d'accord, entre deux éléments dans votre boucle de rétroaction. Choisissez une interaction plutôt positive et peut-être une interaction plutôt négative. D'accord? Donc, pour chacune de ces interactions, essayez de rendre explicite les 4 éléments suivants. D'abord, quel est l'élément de contexte qui est en train d'interagir dans cette relation? Qui sont les acteurs qui sont en train d'interagir dans cette relation? Quel est le résultat de cette interaction? Et puis, pensez à mécanismes. Quels sont les mécanismes qui expliquent cette interaction? Donc, j'ai fait le lien avec une question que la Côte d'Ivoire a posée hier sur, à la fin, je peux lire dans 10 journaux que la COVID-19 a créé tous les torts de ce monde ou tous les effets qu'on peut imaginer. Mais comment, en tant que chercheur, je construis le lien qu'il y a effectivement entre COVID-19 et cet effet-là qui est mentionné dans la littérature? Est-ce que je l'accepte simplement parce que c'est écrit dans la littérature, mais est-ce que j'ai une démarche systématique qui me permet de me faire une opinion critique sur cette relation? Et là, nous commençons aujourd'hui à avoir une stratégie, une méthodologie pour pouvoir commencer à réfléchir sur comment nous pouvons construire ce genre de lien. Ou de façon critique, construire que ce lien est plutôt plus artificiel que réel. D'accord? Donc, pensez à contexte, mécanisme, résultat, acteur. Et vous avez 10 minutes. Choisissez une interaction et essayez de construire la configuration de la façon la plus complète possible. Ne prenez pas tous les liens, mais prenez seulement un seul lien et essayez de le creuser le plus possible en réfléchissant aux acteurs en interaction. Pourquoi de cette interaction, ces résultats-là émergent? Quelles sont les causes qui expliquent ce résultat et quels sont les éléments de contexte qui interviennent dans la construction de cette configuration?
Hello, everyone. So we will come back together now. Yes, it's 10 minutes already. Time goes fast when you're having fun. So each group has 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yes? So you have to be very brief and very concise.
Alors, on revient en plénière. L'exercice est certainement très intéressant. Donc, on aura pratiquement 6 mois pour faire que ça. Donc, ne vous pressez pas. Ce n'est que le début de l'enjaillement. Donc, on revient en plénière. Chaque groupe aura au moins 2 minutes au plus, maximum, pour présenter brièvement quelques messages clés de l'exercice. Ouais. On commence par ceux qui we invert a bit.
Thank you. So we start with, I think, that group, and then we go that way. Do you want to start the group in red, mostly? Ijama and colleagues, sorry. Yes, your group, yeah. Use the mic, please. Okay, okay. Is any group, which group is ready to go? Please.
Ok, merci. On a encore essayé de faire l'exercice. Du coup, l'effet, l'impact positif qu'on a choisi, c'est l'augmentation. Alors, je rappelle le problème sur lequel on a travaillé, c'est la baisse de l'accès à l'éducation liée à la pandémie de Covid. Et l'effet positif qu'on a choisi, c'est l'augmentation de l'utilisation des technologies de l'information et de la communication dans l'éducation. Les acteurs que nous avons identifiés, c'est pas exhaustif, mais c'est l'école et son administration, y compris le corps professoral, les élèves, leurs parents, les ministères de l'éducation qui ont dû mettre des normes en place, et puis les professionnels du monde des technologies de l'information et de la communication. En fait, le contexte est motivé par déjà la pandémie en elle-même qui a induit une fermeture des différentes écoles, donc empêchant la tenue physique des cours, créant ainsi une nécessité de trouver des nouveaux moyens d'enseigner et d'apprendre. En résumé, c'est ce qu'on s'est dit. Bon, on a ensuite pris comme problème, enfin impact négatif, la suspension des commerces qui tournent autour du monde scolaire. Et les acteurs, ce sont bien évidemment les commerçants et également leurs fournisseurs, tout ce qui tourne autour de ce monde-là, les élèves et leurs parents, les administrations et le corps professoral. Et puis, pour le contexte, c'est que dans nos pays, il n'y a pas de système intégré à l'école pour fournir, par exemple, de l'alimentation aux élèves et aux enseignants. Et donc, il y a des gens qui exercent dans un secteur informel pour fournir ce service-là. Et donc, les acteurs dépendent de ce service qui est fourni. Et donc, quand l'école ferme, ils ont dû aussi arrêter cette activité. En gros, c'est ce qu'on a dit.
Merci, that was short but very straight to the point. Le seul commentaire, c'est que comme vous avez fait le premier, pour le contexte, vous avez parlé, c'était trop général en fait. Ici, vous avez parlé de choses très spécifiques. Parce que l'autre chose, c'est quelque chose qui a eu un impact partout dans le monde. Tandis qu'ici, vous avez dit, c'est le contexte, ou je ne sais pas quel pays, mais c'est peut-être pas le contexte dans un autre pays. Vous comprenez? Ouais, merci. Are you guys ready now?
Yes. Let's just stop now. Okay, thank you so much. So this is cluster 3, Nigeria, and then we have some colleagues too from Ghana. We looked at the outcome we're looking at, the factor was the striking healthcare workers, which led to reduced access to quality healthcare services. So the contextual factors that played a role were absence or insufficient supply of personal protective equipment, non or delayed payment of COVID-19 allowance and death benefits, non or partial or even delayed payment of salaries, and then security harassment of healthcare workers. Lots of states had that and then striked. The mechanisms were fear of contracting COVID. That's why people wouldn't work without PPEs. And then poor motivation to work. It was they were de-incentivized. And then the actors, we looked at the National Association of Resident Doctors and then the local counterparts at the different states, the Nigerian Medical Association, the chief medical directors of institutions, the ministers and ministries they oversee, like the Ministry of Health, the Federal Ministry of Labor, Employment and Productivity, and then the governors were also actors. Then on the negative outcome, we looked at improved COVID-19 knowledge, which led to improved health-seeking behavior. And then are supposed to lead to improved access. So the contextual factors that played a role in this were the use of influencers, entertainment influencers, to deliver awareness creation, and mechanisms, media awareness creation, even SMS, short messages, and then testimonies of treated patients who had recovered. And the actors were the media, the federal and state ministries of health, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, the Presidential Task Force on COVID, state epidemiology units, traditional and religious leaders, and generally influencers. Thank you.
That was good, very good. I have two things to say, though. The first is, I don't know if this is an issue that the other groups face, but you mix a little bit the contextual factors with the mechanisms. This is normal. When you go to do this in reality, you would also come across these issues where you're like, is this a contextual factor or is this a mechanism? If you look at it yourself, you said use of influencers as a contextual factor, and then mechanism, you said, do you see that there? It's like, is it a factor, a contextual factor? Is it a mechanism? So it's a little bit, it's not as, when we talk about it here, it's very black and white. This is a mechanism. In reality, it's a little bit more complicated. Yeah. But just to say something, where you, for instance, talked about contextual factors as, what did you say? Contextual factors. Yeah, you talked about yeah, the contextual factors. Yes, you talked about non-payment of COVID, for example, because that's an easy one for me. That's, of course, important because it leads to the mechanism of motivation, blah, blah, blah. But then you should, when you think about things like that, link it to the larger factor in Nigeria. Is this the first time, we're talking about Nigeria or Ghana, I don't know. Yeah. Is this the first time that there's non-payment of health worker? No, it's not. I know because I'm Nigerian. So you put it in the wider context also. So they don't pay the COVID-19 allowances, but they also, so it's, when you're talking about motivation, you say it even worsens motivation because this already, you see what I mean? So you look at the context for what you're looking at, but you try to link it to the wider context as well. Yeah? Okay, good. Which group is next? Go ahead, please.
Okay, hello. So for our group, we continued from what we discussed earlier, and as a negative impact, we show the decrease in utilization, service utilization. And for the actors, we identified them at the three pyramidical levels of the health system. So at the national level, there is this Ministry of Health, and their impact will be in terms of lack of medicine delivery or redeployment of staff. Also, lack of some consumables like gloves. And because of that, some health workers, they don't want to touch the patient during this COVID. And at the regional level, we have in this country of Mali, we were discussing earlier, the social development agents who are also present in a district and community level. We have in the at the facility level, we are still in the actors, the health workers at the district level. And then in the community, we have community health workers. So all these actors are contributing for the West in the context of COVID in the decrease of the utilization. And then for the mechanism, we have logistical issues and supply chain issues. These gravitate around the lack of gloves we were speaking of earlier, and medicines, and also yeah, those are essentially those two items that can it can contribute to the decrease of utilization. And as a result or outcome, we have the impact is the decrease in the service, in the utilization service. And the context, of course, is the COVID disease. And the second, the second impact is the positive one. We told as an example is the use of the old patients, the very experienced patients as expert patients who serve kind of link between health workers and the community in this COVID context. So the actors are the patients themselves, those are expert patients. We have also the community patients they will be sent to. We have the health workers at the health facility level. We have the community health workers, but national level will not intervene here. And in terms of mechanism, you have they serve as link between the health facility and the community in this context. And the result is this time an increase in service utilization, but in the community. And the context, of course, is always the COVID disease. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was good. But again, I have a few comments. So for instance, when you talk about the mechanisms, it seems that you mix it a little bit with the context. I'm thinking about the first one, the access. Yeah, it seems like you're talking about, you're not really talking about, what did you have as mechanism for the first one? Logistics, that's a contextual issue. It's a contextual issue. Yes, of course, it's a contextual issue. Yeah. However, I think you said something about the healthcare workers don't want to touch the people. That's fear. That's a mechanism. You see? So the contextual factor is the logistics issues, which you can put in the wider context of procurement, the issues linked with procurement in the country before even COVID. Yeah. And then that has an impact on the availability of supplies, which has the mechanism that results is fear, which then has an impact on access. Do you see that they're a little bit different context, that they're related, but still different? Yeah. So is it clearer now? Good. Thank you. Are you ready?
Oui. Cluster 5. Nous allons nous intéresser à la perte d'emploi. C'est-à-dire, la COVID est apparue. Comme conséquence, c'est la perte d'emploi. Donc, le contexte, c'est qu'il y a eu apparition de la COVID. La maladie s'est propagée au sein de la population. Des comportements à risque sont apparus. Face à cela, des mécanismes ont été mis en place. Il y a eu des mesures gouvernementales, notamment le couvre-feu, la fermeture des espaces publics et la distanciation sociale. Et l'interdiction des rassemblements également. L'autre mécanisme par rapport à cela a entraîné donc dans le secteur privé, les entreprises ont été amenées à une réduction du personnel du fait de la baisse de leur chiffre d'affaires et du ralentissement des activités. Et les acteurs donc qui sont impliqués dans tout dans ce schéma, dans cette chaîne, il y a l'État, les entreprises privées, notamment le patronat, ou les organisations non gouvernementales, les sociétés civiles et les associations. Il y a le personnel privé et il y a aussi les individus même, les familles, les ménages. Donc, voilà, c'est tous ces éléments qui mis ensemble ont produit la perte d'emploi. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. That was good. Je vais parler en français. Par contre, il faut c'est la même chose que j'ai aux autres groupes. Il faut essayer de contextualiser contextualiser les choses un peu.
Okay.
Parce que, par exemple, vous avez parlé de contexte comme le début du Covid. Par Covid, ce n'était pas que dans le pays que vous avez mentionné. C'était pas dans le monde. Donc, quels sont les facteurs contextuels? Vous voyez? Donc, par exemple, je ne sais pas quel pays, which country you're talking about, mais par exemple, quel était le contexte d'emploiement avant Covid même? Vous voyez, ça c'est important. Quel était le niveau de vie? Quel est le niveau est-ce que les gens utilisent technologie? Parce qu'il y a le pays, enfin, c'est vrai que il a eu un impact dans tout le pays, mais il y a le pays où ils ont beaucoup de technologie, donc ils ont vite bougé toutes les activités sur l'Internet. Du coup, l'impact n'était pas si fort que... Donc, il faut vraiment, sinon ça devient trop général et on ne peut pas vraiment arriver aux conclusions de ça. Vous comprenez?
D'accord.
And last but not least.
We should present?
Yes.
Okay. So amongst our factors that we identified for the tourism, we decided to select one. We only managed to assess one halfway. So with the we selected income, loss of income, and sorry, the actors that we chose are government, the hoteliers and restaurants, cultural and art industry, the artists, individual artists who perform, manufacturers, artisans, transportation industry, including marine, air, road, and then also service providers such as internet and communication service providers and private housing, who use private people who use their houses as accommodation for tourists. So these are the key actors that we identified. And then in terms of context, we looked at the international context that may affect, that is affecting what is happening locally. And then also the national context, which means a lot of people rely on tourism for their source of income. Then individuals, persons who work purely in the tourist industry. Then we did look at organizations like hotels, particular hotels, as also contextually impacted as much as the sector, the tourist sector itself. Then we did look also at some communities that depend purely on tourist activities. So those are the various contexts that we unpacked and tried to look at. In terms of outcome, we thought the outcome is simply loss of income leading to loss of income security, leading to income insecurity and poverty. And then in terms of the measures, so maybe we'll ask you, mechanisms. We'll ask you to explain it a bit more. We got some explanation, but my colleagues don't understand it. So we thought that the mechanisms was related to loss of resources that may have created anxiety, stress. Also, it had created some form of insecurity among the actors that we looked at. That's all that it is.
Okay, good. So I will start by the same thing that I told the other groups, which is about the context. It has to really be, if we talk about the international context, then we cannot really come to any conclusion. It's too broad because COVID is an international global thing that affected all countries. What you could say is historically, I think we're talking still about Cape Verde, no? Historically, it's a country that depends a lot on tourism. So because of the international, then that makes it contextual rather than just saying the international situation, because the international situation affects all countries in some ways. But then you bring it to the Cape Verde context, yeah? What were we saying? Mechanism is how. You gave a good example. Mechanism is, for instance, anxiety or fear. You could talk about the the external people and the internal people, they are scared of catching COVID. So even if there were no restrictions, that fear might have stopped them from using the facilities, which leads to loss of income for the people that depend on it. Do you see what I mean? So it's just how something affects the outcome. That's the mechanism. But I told the Nigerian group before, it's when we discuss it here, it's like the issue we had with complex systems and complex adaptive. It's very black and white. It's very separate. But in reality, sometimes context and mechanisms are very interrelated. It's normal. So you don't have to have clear-cut things, but some things are more clear-cut than others. The economic situation of the country, that's clearly a contextual factor. But sometimes something is a little bit more on the other side. Yeah? Is that okay? Okay, I think we will stop. Take a break of 10 minutes, and then we'll come back for the next session. Thank you very, very much for your participation. So we will already start with some, again, exercises in your little groups, just like introduction, so that when we get to the presentation, it will go much faster. So if I can ask everybody to go back into their groups again, and then I will explain the first exercise, and we take it from there. Yeah? So please join your groups where you were before, because we will start with an exercise. We'll look at gender as a tool of analysis, and we'll look at what this means in reality, practically. So how to carry out gender transformative approaches. Okay, so John Paul wants me to give a quick background about myself, why I'm interested in this subject. Basically, I work, as I said, on health systems. I'm super interested in the determinants of health. If you're interested in the determinants of health, you're obviously then interested in the personal characteristics, and for me, gender was one. So that's why, even though I'm in health, I'm now doing a PhD in political sciences, looking at women's representation in politics and looking generally at the impact of gender on inequities and inequalities. So this is my background very quickly. Okay, so I said that we would go through this very quickly. You will have the presentation later. The goal of these sessions is for us to reflect together and to apply the learning already. The presentations you can have later to look at if there's any need for that. So the very first exercise is 3 exercises in one to save time. I would like you in your groups to describe what you think of when you hear the word gender, to think about or describe what you think about when you hear the word sex, not in the sexual context, but in the other context, and then to think about the difference, if any, that there are between sex and gender. You have 10 minutes, well, 8 minutes, and then 1 minute each to present. In your groups, please.
Est-ce que c'est clair en français pour tout le monde? Donc, OK. I think it is clear.
C'est bon en français? Oui? Non? J'entends pas le collègue français. Est-ce que vous comprenez? OK.
OK. Donc, nous allons commencer la session sur les Gender Transformative Approaches. Donc, les approches de transformation en rapport avec le genre. Donc, nous allons commencer par un exercice avec 3 questions en groupe, en cluster. Donc, première question, c'est que vous évoque le mot genre? Deuxième exercice, que vous évoque le mot sexe? Dans le sens de homme ou femme. Et puis selon vous, c'est quoi la différence entre les deux? Voilà. Et vous avez 7 minutes à partir de maintenant. Et après 7 minutes, on va discuter. 1 minute past already.
Okay, we'll continue. We'll go this way and then reverse for the next set of exercises. Do you want to start, group? You can try French.
Okay. So with our group, we said gender is a social construction, and then sex is a biological construction. And the difference is that usually we said that usually gender and sex are used interchangeably, and that because, and it's also the difference that one is social construction or cultural construction, the other is biological. Gender is based on the historical construction of things. So whoever is seen as a male or a female may change with time, or the social responsibilities or roles that comes with it may also change with time. So it has some historical background, and then also it can also change with class, politics, and culture. So that's the difference. So more or less, one is fixed, the other one is fluid.
Okay, thank you. That's a very good comprehensive answer. Thank you. Next group, please.
Okay. Merci beaucoup. Alors, pour nous, quand on parle du genre, il s'agit des rôles ou des fonctions qui sont jouées par l'homme ou par la femme au sein d'une société. Voilà. Et quand on parle de sexe, c'est-à-dire que ce sont les caractéristiques biologiques de quelqu'un, c'est rapportant à un individu. Maintenant, pour faire la différence entre les deux, disons que les sexes, les genres se rapportent par rapport aux fonctions et aux attributions qu'une société accorde, c'est-à-dire que à la femme ou à l'homme, tandis que les sexes se rapportent aux attributions biologiques se rapportant à un individu. Voilà.
Merci. C'était très short.
Merci, merci beaucoup.
Next group.
Cluster 5, Sénégal, Burkina et puis Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, pour le genre, ce sont les valeurs, les comportements et pratiques adoptés par un individu qui se reconnaît appartenir au sexe masculin ou féminin. Concernant le sexe renvoie à la génétique ou au biologique. Et donc, ce sont les aspects donc, biologiques de l'homme ou de la femme. Donc, la différence entre les deux, c'est que on pourrait aussi dire que le genre dans nos sociétés actuelles consiste à, ou bien nous renvoie à des inégalités entre les sexes masculins et féminins, de sorte à parvenir à l'équité entre les deux sexes. Donc voilà ce que nous avons obtenu comme résultat. Merci.
Thank you. Next group, please.
Merci. Alors, pour emboîter le pas précédent, c'est de dire que nous avons conclu que le sexe, en fait, c'est un phénomène biologique, d'accord, qui revêt deux aspects. Il y a la génétique et puis l'aspect phénotypique, donc l'organe qu'on va voir. Le genre, c'est, comme les autres l'ont dit également, une représentation sociale qui permet d'attribuer aux individus d'une société des rôles, des prérogatives et qui est également généralement associé à des pratiques sociales. Et puis, la nuance entre les deux, c'est que le genre, donc, c'est un attribut social et par opposition, le sexe, ça va être un attribut biologique qui est inné, voilà, qu'on ne choisit pas.
And the final group.
Thank you so much. We concur with all that has been said.
That was a good, very, very short answer. Okay, so basically what you've said is the same thing as I've got on the slides here, that sex is based on biological differences, and it's related to, genitalia, hormonal, and genetic factors. Let's talk about this. That gender refers to behaviors, activities, roles, and actions that are attributed to different groups by society, often based on the biological sex. So that's what we've also. But I think it was this group here talked about how, because it's a social construction, it varies from society to society, and it varies based on time as well. When we think about gender, we often think about it as something that's immutable, it doesn't change, and something that's the same all over. But that's not the reality. In reality, it's something that changed over time, as they said, and it's something that changes and continues to change both over time and in relation to context. So for instance, the Western taxonomy, which a lot of countries all over the world also follow to one extent or the other because of historical reasons. It's focused on male-female relationships. It's focused on opposition and hierarchy. One group is more powerful than the other. It's focused on patriarchy, so power to the man, but also it's focused on bilateral descent. So the familial links come from both the mother and the father. This is not, we can already, at least for myself as a Nigerian, I can already say certain areas where in my culture, this is not the same construction as the Western taxonomy. And I'm sure it's the same for many of us here. So again, just to give some examples, I purposely went to Asia because I want us to give examples from here in Africa. So I used examples from Asia. We have the group, the Musuo group in China, which does not have patriarchy, but rather matriarchy. So it's the female group that has the power, which is different clearly from what we just explained in the Western taxonomy. Then you have the castes in India, where it's matrilineal. So descent is through the mother. If one's mom dies, then one inherits from the mother, whereas this is not necessarily the case in other cultures. Yeah, so we can see already that it's something that differs, even though we often have a conception of things like gender as something that's global. The reality is it's still context related. So the next group work, very quickly, is to think about your own historical culture. Note that I said historical culture, so before colonization, etc., and maybe now, as you wish, and think about some of the roles that activities, etc., that are attributed to women and men, and if there are any that have differences to the Western taxonomy. To remind you, this is the Western taxonomy. Yeah, you can choose any of this. It doesn't have to be any particular one. But the idea is to try to show any differences that exist either in your historical culture, i.e. before, let's call it colonization and globalization, and or now. Is the question clear? Yeah? I think people are getting tired. Huh? Is it clear for the Francophone colleagues? It is clear, okay. And for the Anglophone colleagues, or are we all just tired? One more time. Okay, so the idea is here, I showed the characteristics of the Western way of constructing gender. Obviously, it's not comprehensive, but I just pointed out a few things. So the idea is to look at your own culture, or choose a culture in each group, and talk about where areas where there might be differences with the Western taxonomy, which is what we often think about. So you can either look at your historical culture or at your culture today, but it's just to try to get us to think about the idea of gender as not being fixed in place or time. Okay? So that's the exercise. And we have 2 minutes each to think and 1 minute to present, because it's a quick question, or let's say 5 minutes. Are we ready to present? Let me see.
Okay, thank you very much. So we looked at some, at the first bullet, we looked at domestic. Okay, so this group is made up of Nigerians and Ghanaians. The binary Western tax. No. Okay, yes, we were okay. So with all that we discussed, the two countries have similar cultures, and so the countries are Ghana and Nigeria. Yes. So for domestic chores, pre-colonial or traditionally, it was reserved mostly for women. Currently, still more of women doing it, but there's more male involvement and participation. And then we looked at academic or career pursuits. We found out that traditionally we had some courses reserved for women and some for men. For instance, women are supposed to be nurses according to them, while men are doctors, men are the pilots and all the fancy occupations. So, but now either sexes can now do these courses, but we also discussed that there are still, the stereotype is still there. So you have people calling female doctors nurses. Yeah, so looking at provision for the family, typically called breadwinning, traditionally it's intended that men should do that. And now it's still, the expectation is still on men, but there's been more partnership between spouses towards providing for family than before. Of course, before women were not really given the opportunity to work. So that also fits in. Then finally, we look at traditional and religious leadership, community leadership, basically. Traditionally, it was reserved for men and currently still male dominated. But there are now some more opportunities for women to take up leadership positions. But religious, we talked about different faiths. Like in the Pentecostal setting, we have female or women ministers. But maybe in the Catholic domain, you may not have a female priest heading a parish. They are still heading as reverend sisters and all of that. But in Ghana, we learned that you have altar girls, but in Nigeria, you just have altar boys. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to say, all the things you talked about, they're quite similar to what's happening in the Western kind of, is the same thing. In the past, women couldn't do a lot of things and now they're able to. So there we see a lot of similarities already. I'll see if the other groups have differences also to identify. Are you ready? Ouais. Vous n'avez pas identifié une différence? Ok. Ok, ça va. Est-ce que vous avez trouvé une différence quelque part qui n'est pas peut-être identique? Non. Mais est-ce que c'est le même avec le truc européen, le papa, ou c'est différent? Ah, c'est ça que je demande. Ok. Tu peux aller?
Oui. Donc, cluster 5. Nous avons pris donc la société sénégalaise, mais il faut dire que c'est comme c'est une société que je dirais misogyne. Quand je dis misogyne, c'est que dans notre société, c'est l'homme qui est mis en avant au premier plan. Donc c'est l'homme qui est le chef de ménage, qui tient les premiers rôles, qui est le décideur et qui a des positions sociales comme roi, en tout cas tout ce qui concerne les postes de décision et d'influence dans la société donc sénégalaise, c'est l'homme. et l'homme est également privilégié au niveau de l'éducation. Si c'est l'instruction qu'on doit donner, on considère plus à donner l'instruction à l'homme qu'à la femme. Ensuite, concernant la femme, c'est la femme qui est au foyer. C'est elle qui s'occupe de tout ce qui est tâches ménagères. Et il y a également que la femme est soumise. Pas de droit de décision, pas le droit de parler lorsque l'homme parle. Il y a également qu'elle occupe des tâches, mais les activités qu'elle mène sont généralement secondaires aux activités qui sont menées par l'homme. Donc, lorsque l'on voit la manière dont est structurée la répartition des tâches entre les hommes et les femmes et qu'on les compare à la société occidentale, la différence est que la société occidentale donne des libertés aux hommes comme à la femme. Et c'est plus à la femme qui occupe des positions sociales de plus en plus importantes, qui ont leur droit de décision, qui ont le droit d'exprimer leur opinion, qui ont le droit également de choisir. Et donc, ce sont ces quelques éléments auxquels nous sommes parvenus au terme de notre réflexion. Merci.
Merci. Donc, juste pour dire que, en fait, pour moi, quand on regarde les éléments que vous avez donnés, en fait, il n'y a pas vraiment de différence avec les sociétés occidentales. C'est toujours l'homme qui est en avant. C'est juste, extent, c'est juste le niveau. Mais sinon, à la base, c'est la même chose. Donc là, on voit qu'il n'y a pas de différence vraiment dans les deux cultures. C'est juste la manière que ça se présente. Hein? Parce que ici, vous dites que les femmes n'ont pas beaucoup de pouvoir au niveau politique. C'est la même chose partout dans le monde. Donc, ce n'est pas une question spécifiquement de cultures différentes. Par exemple, j'ai donné l'exemple en Inde. Ça, c'était quelque chose qui était vraiment différent. Parce qu'en Occident et dans beaucoup de cultures dans le monde, c'est le patriarcat, c'est l'homme qui est mis en avance. Mais dans la culture l'exemple que j'ai donné, c'est la femme qui est mise en avance. Là, il y a une différence. Ou l'autre exemple que j'ai donné, où la ligne de descendance, ça vient du papa. L'exemple que j'ai donné, ça vient de la maman. Là, il y a une différence claire avec les autres sociétés. Mais ici, c'est plutôt comment c'est présenté, mais ce n'est pas vraiment une différence. Vous comprenez?
Okay. Merci. So for our cluster number 4, we separated before independence and after. So before, men used to do the providing. Sierra Leone, yeah. Providing for food, for shelter, and all that goes with it. And the women were reserved for domestic works, usually, before independence. And education also is for women before independence, taking care of children, and some agricultural works like weeding and etc. But other agricultural works were devoted to the men, like plowing and hard works in the field. But after the independence, with this, the appearance of professional employments, it was initially dedicated to men, but now we are seeing more professional work reserved to the females. And in this context, we have some new traditionally female professions that men are also being interested in, like midwifery. So we are wondering, maybe for the audience, how do we call a man who is doing midwifery work? Is he a midwife still, or midman? I don't know. Maybe we can discuss that. And also nurses, traditionally is female. So if a man is doing that work, how do we call it? Is it a change, or is a constant name? And there are those some traditional works that are still reserved for the, like men, domestic work, that's work for women, providing is still men. But these taxonomies of midwifery, and we would like the audience to help us out. Thank you.
Yeah, in our group, we looked at the traditional roles of the women in the context of Cape Verde, which is our darling country in this group. And she informed us that normally one, for example, when it comes to the tradition of inheritance, you have that through your father. But then we were able to get from Dr. Gina also the situation here in Ghana, where you have different groups practicing inheritance through the mother, and also in this situation where the father dies in another ethnic group, and there should be inheritance by the children or daughters. If they are not married, then they inherit traditionally. But if they are married, then it's like they forfeit that right to inheritance from their father. We also look at the situation of the Gambia and Guinea-Bissau, where Islam is dominant when it comes to inheritance, Sharia rules. And in a lot of situations, well, depending on where you are on the fence, some believe that girls or women in a how do we say this again? Women are like disadvantaged because boys have more to inherit from their father than their sisters have. But then that's the law when it comes to Sharia. And of course, when it comes to the other domestic chores, basically, whereas it is okay for a male to be involved in domestic chores like washing, cooking, cleaning, in some societies it's taboo, you know. And but then, of course, with education and travel, people are beginning to realize that these are socially constructed and they could also be deconstructed, but it takes a while to do that. It's not going to happen overnight. So these are some of the things we talked about.
Thank you. So this group was the only one that managed to find a difference with the Western example we were talking about. It just shows how, because of historical reasons, it's very difficult for us to think back and look at, or also because of our cultures, because it also depends on the culture. If there's no difference to be found, you cannot invent it. But was it in Ghana? Yes, they said. So that's a clear case where it's different from what they have, what we have in many other cultures. Okay. So just again to summarize, the key messages from this is that gender is different from sex, that it varies across history, across social and cultural contexts, so it's not fixed in time and place. And we learned also that it is not isolated from other social categories. There was an example here from Ghana, but it depends on the ethnicity. It's not something that's in the whole of Ghana. She gave an example where you inherit from women inherit from their fathers, but it's only specific ethnicity. So then we see how the different categories can interact. There was another example that the colleague there gave about religion. So in certain groups, maybe something is allowed to men or to women, but when you add the layer of class or religion, then that can change the construction of gender. So a classic one is class. You have things that are not permitted to men or to women, but people that are wealthy of a certain class can do that without losing the gender they've been ascribed to. Whereas, or not even rich. Some people, because they are not wealthy, they don't have the same cultural restrictions, so they are more able to be fluid in ways that another class might not. So again, it's just to highlight the fact that it's also affected by other factors. Yeah. Should we take a short break of 5 minutes just to stretch your legs, and then we'll continue afterwards? Should we continue? Yeah. Okay, so we can continue. We'll continue with a few questions, this time not a group question, so we can speed up a bit. But the question is, what is gender equality? What is gender equity? And do you think it exists in your own context? We already alluded to some of that this morning, but you can talk about it a little bit. So who wants to give an answer? What is gender equity? What is gender equality? Anyone? Please.
Okay, so I want to try, and I will say that in my understanding and based on the things we agreed on as we are sharing, gender equality can be understood as the fact that no matter which gender one belongs in, their rights and the roles that are attributed to them are exactly the same. Equality. Now, equity can be understood as the fact that no matter the gender, the roles are attributed, are given on the basis of what everyone can or is able to do.
Good.
And then the last question is, like, do I think if it's the case in my country?
Or in any country?
Or in any country. Okay. I'm from Togo, so I think there's no gender equality in Togo, and I don't think it exists elsewhere. And as for the equity, I would just say we are working at it, but it's not actually much of the case. We are trying.
Thank you. That was a very good, comprehensive answer. So, based on this explanation, we can already see that gender is definitely a determinant of many things, including health. Yeah, because as the colleague said, gender equality is where everyone is ascribed the same roles, activities, etc., etc. In equity is when those roles take into consideration the specific needs, resources, etc., of other people. This doesn't exist, as the colleague also said. This doesn't exist anywhere. So clearly, gender is a determinant of health also. Especially if we look at this image, which I think most of us should know, this image that tries to explain the determinants of health, we can already see where gender would play a role. Earlier on, some colleagues from the Francophone colleagues from, I think, Senegal talked about how women do not have as much political representation. So then that would have an impact on the socioeconomic and political context. Yeah. Then you have things like behaviors and biological factors that's also clearly linked to gender, can be linked to gender. We have material circumstances, we have education. A few people talked about how certain genders, or women usually, have reduced access to education. So then obviously that will have an impact on health, equity, and equality. So very quickly, I came up with I summarized a few ways of addressing the impacts of gender on health, because we've said gender is a determinant of health. This is from WHO. So the first thing, obviously, is to tackle the exposure, gender-specific exposures to health risks. Examples is, for instance, again, just something quickly to say, when we think about gender, we often equate gender with women, but actually gender is not women. Gender, as we said, is social constructions that impact on men and women, and some people might say other genders as well, but it's not equal to women. So here, well, that's why I don't say women-specific exposures, because obviously the two groups have different exposures. Childbirth is something that's specifically linked to what we would call the female gender. But for instance, accidents of a certain type are more are more common amongst men because of the occupations that they do. Yeah. Another thing is to tackle the gender-specific vulnerabilities, to engender health systems research and health research generally. If we only look at, this is a classic issue, when medications are tested, for instance, they're often tested on men. They're often tested on men. So that's obviously important, but then the reality is we don't know how they function on women. We simply don't know. So people, there's the way of dealing with that is, if a woman is pregnant, they simply say you cannot use the medication, even if she's suffering, just because it hasn't been tested. So this is just an example. You can have the inverse also in terms of for men. So the idea of thinking about gender also when it comes to health systems research and health research more generally. Then to think about the inequities that have an impact within the health system as a whole, and a few others, to think about the inequities that come from the non-health side. So the education thing is a good example. If there's no access to education, that has an impact on health literacy, which then has an impact on health. So, you know, these things are interrelated. Then to tackle the values, norms, practices, and behaviors, this is obviously something very complex because it deals with the society as a whole, but and then to finally address the inequitable social and economic conditions. So we said gender is a determinant of health, and if it is a determinant of health, it should be a tool of analysis when we're considering health issues. And the reason it's important to consider to use gender as a tool of analysis is because a lot of the inequities and inequalities, we don't even think about it. It's so normal in society. So unless they are made explicit, then it's difficult to identify them. And if you can't identify something, you simply can't address it. The second reason it helps us to explain how it's like what we did earlier on. We are able to look at the actors, factors, mechanisms, etc. But we can only do that if first we identify the issues. Yeah. And then finally, it allows us, as I said, to address it. If you first identify, then you look at the factors, actors, and mechanisms, and context, etc. Then taking this information into account, you can then address the issues. So very quickly, this is really the goal of this this session because our project, the Recover project, is supposed to use a gender transformative approach. So this is the core of the session. Very briefly, it's the background of gender transformative approaches is from the field of sexual reproductive health. It was because they were trying to look at how to eradicate inequalities and equities, and they started to think about sexuality, gender, power, etc., etc., and to see how this has differential impacts on men and women. So there is a continuum, the gender integration continuum, that kind of says to what degree gender is included in consideration. So the first is gender neutral or gender blind. It doesn't take into account at all. It just does things without considering gender at all. The second is exploitative. So it addresses the issue, not gender. It addresses the issue by exploiting gender biases. So there's a goal, and it actually uses biases. So for instance, there was or stereotypes, not only biases. There was someone said women are more likely to be nurses and men. So if you want to exploit that, for instance, to increase your health workforce, you know, you can start to promote the idea of women should contribute to their society by becoming nurses. So you're exploiting then gender biases and stereotypes to achieve a certain aim. Yeah. And then there's gender sensitive, which identifies the needs, resources, constraints, etc., and it accommodates them. It doesn't do anything to address them, but it accommodates them. It takes them into account. That's more related to equity. Yeah, or rather equality, I should say. And then the final, which is the one we are most interested in, is gender transformative. So that identifies, it's like sensitive, but goes one step further. It identifies the gendered realities, so the needs, but also the resources of the different groups. And then it seeks to transform those relations as a means of promoting equity. Yeah. So I want us to do a quick group work again to think about give an example of an issue, talk about what part of the gender integration continuum it fits onto, and think about whether it could fit in more than one of these, and what's the take-home messages from your example. Just one take-home message. Yeah? Or actually, we can skip the last question and just focus on the first two. Think of an example of an issue or of an intervention and where it fits on those four parts of the continuum. Decide where it fits and say why or how you chose that path. And then think about if it could fit on more than one, because sometimes it can be a little bit more complicated. Okay. Okay, so I'll explain. No.
Go back to the previous slide. Chers amis, on est à une étape critique de notre session de travail sur les approches, je dirais, transformationnelles basées sur le genre, par rapport au genre. D'accord? Parce que dans notre étude de Recover, la politique que nous allons, le cadre de politique que nous allons élaborer à la fin doit être basé sur les principes d'une approche transformationnelle par rapport au genre. D'accord? Donc, dans son explication, elle est arrivée jusqu'à cette étape où elle a identifié, nous sommes entendus sur le genre, ce que c'est, comment ça opère. Et puis, elle a montré comment on peut intégrer le genre dans une approche d'intervention. Elle a identifié 4 catégories d'approche. Donc, elle va faire une différence claire entre l'approche neutre. Donc, je suis conscient que le genre existe, mais je ferme les yeux et je ne veux pas le considérer dans mon intervention. La deuxième approche est une approche instrumentalisante. Donc, je sais par exemple que ma société donne plus un certain nombre de rôles à des femmes comparativement aux hommes, ou donne un certain nombre de rôles aux hommes comparativement aux femmes. Exemple, par exemple, le marketing. Notre société veut que les hommes soient forts, forte poitrine, qu'ils aient une barbe carrée, etc. Et donc, quand je veux utiliser un produit qui fait promouvoir l'image idéaliste de l'homme dans la société, je fais une utilisation instrumentaliste des biais liés au genre dans ma société. D'accord? Suivante. Donc, une approche sensitive au genre, c'est que j'arrive quand même à identifier les besoins et les attentes par rapport à chacun des groupes. Je constate par exemple que les femmes ont des besoins particuliers dans ma société à cause des barrières spécifiques qu'elles vivent. Et je fais mon intervention en étant sensible à cette différence. Par exemple, quand j'organise une réunion, je prévois une place spéciale pour, par exemple, les mères qui viennent avec leur bébé parce que je sais qu'ils ont des contraintes et j'essaie de m'accommoder à cette contrainte-là pour leur rendre la vie plus facile. Donc, je ne cherche pas à transformer les biais qu'elles vivent, mais j'essaie de les accommoder et d'être sensible à ça. Et la dernière approche, c'est que j'identifie clairement les différences, mais je développe une approche active pour transformer cela, pour que les différences qui existent puissent être effacées. D'accord? Donc, l'exercice vise en fait à trouver un exemple d'une intervention que les gens, par rapport aux gens auxquels vous avez participé, que vous connaissez, que vous avez vécu, et d'essayer de le classer dans l'une de ces 4 catégories-là. Neutre, aveugle aux différences liées au genre, conscient des différences liées au genre, mais je les exploite, mais l'intervention les exploite pour d'autres fins. Conscient des différences liées au genre, mais sensible et essayer de s'accommoder à cela. Et puis, conscient des différences liées au genre, mais transformationnel. L'intervention vise vraiment à transformer la situation et à éliminer les inégalités. Donc, juste quelques minutes pour le faire rapidement. How many minutes?
I think this one, 10 minutes. It's a very important one. Also, not only do you identify the example and say where it fits, but I think it's also important to see if it can fit on more than one part of the continuum. That's very important to really think. Yeah.
Donc, essayez de choisir une intervention par rapport à la façon dont les questions liées au genre sont intégrées. Choisissez un exemple et analysez comment vous le classez par rapport à est-ce que c'est neutre, entre le neutre et le transformationnel. Maintenant, prenez le temps de voir aussi, est-ce que réellement ça rentre seulement dans une seule catégorie ou est-ce que ça peut rentrer dans 2 catégories à la fois? Ou est-ce que c'est peut-être neutre sur certains aspects, mais peut-être transformationnel sur d'autres aspects? Donc, est-ce que c'est si aisé que ça? Est-ce que c'est blanc et noir ou est-ce que ça peut parfois se trouver au milieu de 2 classifications, de 2 catégories? D'accord? Donc, yes.
I just want to know the example we are going to identify, whether it has to relate to health or any other.
It doesn't have to relate to health.
It can be any sector.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's even better for it to be a different sector, because then it forces us to think more broadly. Because as we've been looking at this morning, these things are complex and complicated. So even if we think of something within the health sector, a good example is education. Education, health, literacy, health. But it's not from the health sector when you start to think about it, it's from the education sector, but then it has an impact on health. So try to think about it in a broad sense of the word. Yeah. We have 10 minutes. So each group can start to present, please. Which group wants to start? Please go.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm presenting on behalf of Group 4. Our example is from the education sector. And the example is coming from Sierra Leone. In Sierra Leone, we have a policy wherein girls in senior secondary are given free tuition. We decided to choose this because over the years, the government found that girls in senior secondary schools are very few, and they want to address gender inequity. At the lower level, in the primary, we have plenty of girls. At the junior secondary, there are plenty, but when it comes to the senior secondary, they are very few. So the government decided to give free tuition to all the girls that go enroll in the senior secondary school so that they can improve the number. And then looking at the example, can fit into the third and fourth continuum. Yeah.
So it accommodates.
It accommodates, and it is also transformative.
Good, very good. I'm not sure if it's transformative because we said transformative tries to remove the root causes. Yeah, so it accommodates, and the difference here is accommodative tries to deal with the consequences.
Okay.
Transformative removes the causes completely, but here we don't even know what the causes are. So then you didn't say it, I'm sure you know. Yeah. So I'm sure you know, but the point is they haven't even dealt with the causes at all. They're dealing with the consequences.
Okay.
So this is accommodative. Yeah? Okay, thank you.
Ok. Je présente au nom du... C'est un exemple dans le domaine de l'éducation des filles au Burkina. On a un peu partout, et je pense qu'au Sénégal aussi a eu cette intervention, cette politique, notamment la politique de discrimination positive à l'endroit des filles au secondaire pour essayer de les maintenir le plus longtemps à l'école, mais aussi d'augmenter leur nombre. Donc, ce qui a été fait comme intervention, c'est de leur donner systématiquement la bourse, en se disant que, bon, ça peut leur permettre de rester longtemps à l'école, de réduire les problèmes qui créent la déscolarisation, notamment les grossesses précoces, et aussi certains parents qui disent qu'ils n'ont pas les moyens pour payer parce que le secondaire est cher. OK. Nous, on situe cela au niveau de gender sensitive, mais ce n'est pas transformatif parce que ça ne touche pas vraiment les causes réelles du problème. Mais cela aussi, ça pose un autre problème parce que je peux dire que ce n'est pas trop genre de mon point de vue parce qu'au niveau des garçons, il y a un déséquilibre. Il y a souvent certains garçons qui sont aussi plus défavorisés que les filles, mais on ne prend pas en compte cela en fait, puisque bon, Voilà, c'est notre...
C'est un très bon commentaire parce qu'il
Voilà.
il y a deux choses que moi j'ai pour pointer de ça.
Voilà.
La première chose, c'est que la plupart des interventions sont en fait gender, qu'est-ce qu'on a dit? Gender sensitive.
Sensitive.
Parce que gender transformative,
Exactement.
Bonne chance, hein?
Voilà.
C'est difficile, donc la plupart, ça tombe dans
Voilà, sensitive. Donc pour nous, on
et
essaie.
deuxième
Voilà.
chose que vous avez mentionné, que je trouve très intéressant, c'est que quand on parle de genre, les gens, tout de suite, ils font l'équivalence avec femme. Mais genre, c'est ça que je disais tout à l'heure. Genre, c'est pas femme. C'est tout le monde.
C'est tout le monde. Ouais.
Donc ça, c'était très intéressant. Merci.
Ok, merci.
Which one? The last one.
Okay, so she said the most interesting.
Okay. Thank you. So we discussed many things, but one that I find interesting is about the maternal leave or paternal leave. The problem is that some organizations give both and some other organizations give only the paternal leave. So we were questioning where we can, position the fact that some organizations give only the maternal leave in the continuum. So we first thought that it was a sensitive approach because the women are the one who give birth to the children, so they have the right to that leave. But also we think it's a kind of neutral approach towards the men because they also are parents, and some in some way we can think that they also have the right to spend time with a baby or care of him. And so we have positioned the problem in both neutral and sensitive approach.
Thank you. Just to say, it wasn't really an intervention in the, it's more like a policy. It wasn't really an intervention, so it's a little bit more complicated. But I agree. For me, the most important thing from what you said is to highlight the complexity. When that group was talking about how most things are in the end gender sensitive rather than gender transformative, because gender transformative is extremely difficult. So everybody focuses on gender sensitive. Another reason why it's complicated is that when we think of gender, we think of women, but there are other people that are affected as well. This is a classic example. So it has to think about the impact globally. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, so I had a question to ask. In some maybe calls for proposals by development partners, you have some criteria like women should constitute 50% of the team, or the team should be led by a woman, or what again? That women are encouraged to apply. Even in some calls, they will say women who are taking maternity leave are encouraged to apply. So where does this fit? Is it sensitive? And making a policy that if you don't meet 50% women on the team, you'll be disqualified. Isn't it already intervening? I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, that's what we talked about before. Right? There are unintended consequences and side effects. Yeah, so that's one of them. But the one you gave now, it's a very good example. For me, it falls squarely on the gender sensitive, because here is the most important thing. When you think about gender sensitive versus gender transformative, sensitive deals with the consequences. Transformative deals with the root causes as well as the consequences. So in the example you gave, if you look at it from the surface, it's clearly sensitive because it's dealing with the consequences. But we could also argue that in a minor way, it's also transformative, because one of the root causes why there are not a lot of women in those positions is because other women, younger women, don't see women in those positions. So by funneling women to those positions, you are removing one of the small root causes. But honestly, I would say it's 80% sensitive and a little bit transformative. Yeah? Okay.
Please, can you repeat it again? Transformating deals with what?
I'm not sure. Have you guys given your example? No. Okay. Sorry. Consequences deals with the root causes. Yeah. Accommodative, no, that doesn't deal with it. Sorry, not accommodative, exploitative. It doesn't deal with it, but it uses it. Yeah. Okay, so you can present your example, please.
Va faire un mixing anglais et français. Nous avons un exemple de Cap-Vert que maintenant nous avons un problème pour accéder à l'éducation des hommes. Parce que in past, avant, les hommes et les femmes n'avaient de même opportunité de aller à l'école et nous faisons beaucoup de choses pour sensibiliser les femmes pour aller à l'école. Et maintenant, les hommes et les femmes avaient de même opportunité pour ça. Mais les femmes étudient plus que les hommes. Et ça, c'est notre problème. Parce que les femmes étudient à conclure l'école secondaire, le supérieur, les études supérieures, mais les hommes, non. Nous avons plus de femmes avec études que les hommes. Et je crois que ces problèmes, maintenant, sont à la non, de passé. Il n'y a pas comment le premier.
Le blind, gender blind. Okay. Parce que ça n'a pas pris en compte du tout les soucis.
Mais ça, c'est un problème qui existe maintenant parce qu'il a beaucoup de travail qu'il a fait avant.
That's a very good example. Je vais parler en anglais pour le collègue. That's a very good example because it's I would say it's not completely blind. I would say it's a mixture of blind to one gender and what's the other one? Not transformative, sensitive to another gender. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, or we were talking about there, this unintended consequences. Yeah, so again, I keep saying it, even though, you know, I'm a feminist and women, gender is not women. That's the thing that we need to remember. And the second thing, again, I like to hammer is to blind, everybody remembers. Exploitative, everybody remembers. Transformative and sensitive people are a bit. So to remember it, sensitive deals with the consequences. There was a good example I think John Paul gave. You have a meeting, you say, women, we create a space for them. That's good. You're dealing with the consequences of the inequality, but you're not removing the reasons why women are the ones that are left with the children when they go to meetings. So transformative deals with the root causes, while the other one deals with more the consequences. But that was a very good example. Thank you. Oh, we have 2 minutes. Okay, so very quickly, we've talked about gender transformative approaches, and basically, the most important thing is how do we apply it? We have the background now, how to think about it, but how to apply this in reality. If you want to make a change, you have to start with a very good gender analysis. And of course, as you can see from all the examples that we gave, gender analysis has to be comprehensive. It has to be holistic. So this is one of the ways that it can, this is one of the tools that can be applied to make sure that it covers a wide variety of dimensions. So this is the model. It's called the socioeconomic ecological model, and it tries to explain a little bit complexity. Yeah, it looks at the different layers. It looks at the public level. It looks at community, organizational, interpersonal, and individual. And it tries to really tease out the different issues from the different perspectives. So this is our final exercise of the day, I think. Good. And I think it's an interesting one personally, because it applies directly to our project. So here, I would like you to identify the collateral effects of COVID. You can use the example you used before or now, but maybe you can look for another example, focusing, please, if you can, or from a gender perspective. Try to identify, let me see which, so I think we'll stick to the first one and just identify the collateral effects. But let's say the vulnerable population we'll choose might be women or children, so that we, you know, one group can choose women, one group can choose children. But the idea is to identify the specific collateral effects on that group. If you have the time, you can talk about, you know, why they had that effect on them, to what extent, etc., but using this model. And this is what is important. As you can see, when you try to do this, there's no how you won't think about what we did earlier, which was the actors, the mechanisms, the contextual factors, etc. This is the link between the two. So when you try to identify, go back to what we did earlier and look at those different categories as well. We have, yes, just one collateral effect. Yeah. But if you identify one collateral effect, try please to think about, you know, the other factors around it. And please choose either women or children.
Okay. So, donc je peux expliquer peut-être un peu brièvement. Come back to the previous slide, please. Yeah. Donc, ici, nous avons le modèle socio-écologique qui postule que l'individu, avec ses connaissances, ses attitudes et ses compétences, vit dans un contexte de relations interpersonnelles, avec une famille, des amis, des relations sociales, qui s'intègrent dans une organisation, un lieu de travail, une école, un marché, etc. Cette organisation qui s'intègre aussi dans une communauté avec des valeurs culturelles, des normes, un environnement, et tout cela qui s'intègre dans l'espace public qui est organisé par des politiques publiques. D'accord? C'est un modèle assez célèbre que les sociologues connaissent quasiment tous, modèle socio-écologique. Donc, l'enjeu, c'est d'appliquer ce modèle pour effectuer l'analyse d'un effet collatéral majeur que votre groupe choisit de la COVID-19. Vous pouvez prendre par exemple la réduction de l'accès à l'utilisation des services de santé et analyser quels sont les différents groupes qui souffrent le plus de cet effet collatéral et pourquoi? Quels sont les biais en termes de compétences individuelles, en termes d'interaction dans le milieu de leurs interrelations, en termes de la vie en milieu du niveau des organisations ou au niveau de la communauté ou au niveau des politiques publiques qui structurent l'espace public de vie, qui font que tel ou tel groupe souffre de façon systématique plus qu'un autre groupe par rapport aux effets collatéraux de la COVID-19. OK. Essayez éventuellement de vous concentrer sur but gender is not women. Yeah. Donc, pour cet exercice, si cela vous paraît pertinent dans votre analyse, concentrez-vous sur les femmes et les enfants. Ou les enfants. OK.
I see that you were listening. Okay, should we continue? So we can head out for lunch. I think many of us are hungry. Yeah.
Bon, je vais présenter en portugais. C'est bon? Je vais présenter en portugais? Oui. Parce que nous sommes citoyens CEDEAO. Hein? On a 3 langues. Hein? Anglais, français et portugais. Sinon, il n'y aura pas d'intégration. Hein? Je suis désolé. Aujourd'hui, je vous pardonne. Je vais essayer de parler en français. Prochainement, sera en portugais. Hein? OK. Non, on vient de reprendre l'exemple de Cap-Vert pour dire que la majorité de notre famille s'est soutenue pour des femmes partout dans notre région. Hein. Et dans ce cas-là, on savait que la majorité des femmes se prennent dans l'informalité, à la commerce, dans les trucs pour soutenir les familles. Avec le confinement, le revenu est basé, le problème de permanence dans les ménages a augmenté et le problème de scolarisation des petites filles ont arrêté. On a trouvé 3 problèmes ici. Le problème de baisse de revenus, le problème de violence basée sur les gens. Et ici, on peut trouver des problèmes de mari avec la femme avec le mari et avec des enfants. C'est tout. On le met dans les violences basées sur le genre. Et de scolarisation de petits enfants qu'on a. On ne peut pas le regagner parce que le temps perdu, c'est perdu dans l'éducation des enfants. La pauvreté augmente, la scolarisation de femmes, de petits ont baissé, et on augmente le problème social, hein, parce que tout a augmenté. L'utilisation de l'eau, l'utilisation de l'énergie, l'utilisation des communications, ça, quand elle monte, il va diminuer notre revenu et on a des problèmes. C'est ça qu'on vient de discuter sur notre groupe.
Merci, merci. Je vais parler en anglais. I think that was a very good example. And so just to apply the socio-ecological model that we were talking about and to take it to that level, you talked about gender-based violence, you talked about loss of employment, loss of income, and children, school-aged girls. So of course, if we take it back to that socio-ecological model, we can see how at the community level, we can see how things like norms have an impact on this. Yeah, there are certain norms that have an impact, for instance, already on GBV, even before COVID happened. And then you have things like the public policy and the impact. So I'm just trying to, again, get you to think what you said is completely right, but then to place it in the wider context. Okay, so that was a good example. Thank you.
Bonsoir tout le monde, on est dans l'après-midi. Bon, nous sommes partis du principe que la femme, c'est elle qui s'occupe du cœur, de tout ce qui est un peu le cœur. C'est-à-dire quand quelqu'un tombe malade au niveau de la famille, très généralement dans nos sociétés, ce sont les femmes qui sont habilitées à préparer, à laver les habits du malade, mais aussi à entretenir les malades. Et en contexte Covid, très généralement, cela expose beaucoup plus, c'est-à-dire que les femmes ont contracté cette maladie que les hommes et les autres couches. Et dans ces cadres-là, par exemple, quand une femme prend cette maladie, ce qui fait qu'elle a non seulement la chance de contaminer beaucoup plus de personnes, par exemple les enfants, les femmes lors des cérémonies, elles sont beaucoup plus actives que les hommes, mais aussi, elles ont, quand elles tombent malades, souvent, c'est tous les ménages, très généralement, qui ne fonctionnent pas, parce que c'est elles qui sont les pivots de fonctionnement du ménage. Du coup, ça peut répercuter énormément sur le bon fonctionnement du ménage. Donc, la femme, elle est exposée, mais à travers ça, il y a également d'autres conséquences, non seulement sur la société, mais aussi sur le ménage. Voilà.
Donc ça, c'est un bon exemple.
Ouais.
Mais pour moi, c'était un effet plus direct que collatéral.
Okay.
Par contre, je vois tout de suite le lien avec les socio-ecological models. Okay. Parce que là, on voit encore, j'ai dit ça aux collègues là-bas, on pense par exemple les effets de normes. Okay. C'est parce que dans cette société, et dans beaucoup de sociétés d'ailleurs, c'est les femmes qui sont, comme vous disiez, le cœur de la famille.
Tout à fait.
Du coup, quand il y a quelque chose comme ça qui se passe, bah, on voit les effets.
Tout à fait. Okay.
Donc, en fait, c'est quand on essaie de faire l'analyse, c'est d'essayer de voir on va dire les trois grands concepts qu'on a vus aujourd'hui. Le complexe, adaptif, d'essayer d'intégrer ça quand on peut, d'intégrer les gender transformative approaches dans l'analyse et dans les stratégies qu'on va trouver, mais aussi c'était quoi le troisième? Systems thinking, gender transformative. Oh, j'ai oublié. Mais d'essayer de regrouper les trois.
Okay.
Oui. Le socio-ecologic model, qui lie un peu les deux choses.
OK. Social, OK. Oui. Social.
Vous êtes prêts? OK.
Alors, nous, on a pris l'exemple de le fait qu'avec la COVID, il y a un problème, une conséquence qui est la réduction de l'accès aux services de planification familiale pour les femmes. Donc, on a essayé de faire notre analyse en se disant qu'au niveau individuel, le fait de ne pas avoir accès à ces services-là et à l'augmentation du risque de grossesse non voulue et les besoins non satisfaits en planification familiale qui s'augmentent. Il y a aussi le risque de maladie en lien avec ces grossesses non voulues ou bien peut-être certaines rapprochées et tout, qui peut être un problème. Maintenant, au niveau de la communauté aussi, on se dit qu'il peut y avoir l'augmentation des conflits au sein de la communauté. Et parce que, bon, la grossesse, c'est pas une maladie en tant que telle, mais elle peut contribuer à réduire l'apport de la femme en termes de contribution à la gestion du quotidien du ménage, qui peut être source vraiment de conflits au niveau communautaire. Maintenant, au niveau politique, il y a le fait que ça va porter atteinte à la réalisation des objectifs de politique nationale en termes en lien avec la planification familiale, mais aussi en lien avec d'autres problèmes de santé qu'on souhaite résoudre avec la planification familiale. Donc voilà, mais au niveau organisationnel, on n'a pas eu le temps d'y réfléchir.
Non, c'était...
OK.
Par rapport aux ODD, mais aussi il y a un problème par rapport à l'augmentation, le risque d'augmentation de la mortalité maternelle et néonatale.
Oui. Et juste la chose que je répète pour tous les autres groupes, à un niveau communautaire, par exemple, il y a des normes aussi. Il y a des normes qui étaient actives même avant le Covid. Qui a déjà un impact positif ou négatif, je ne sais pas, sur tout ce qui est accès à la planification familiale. Et maintenant, avec le Covid, il y a des interactions aussi. Donc, c'est juste pour essayer de penser aux facteurs contextuels aussi. Donc, si vous pensez comme ça, vous allez regrouper tout ce qui est complexe système avec le socio-écologique système. Parce que le dos, vous analysez au niveau de normes, mais ça, c'est un contextuel facteur. Donc, tout est lié en fait. Ça va? Okay, the last but not least group.
Yes.
Yeah. You can talk about it. Maybe you.
Okay. So we also worked on gender-based violence amid of the COVID-19 pandemic, and as individual, using the socio-ecological model, we identify some individual models. Factors such as the fact that women have less access to, economic resources, and also have less autonomy and less in education training, so less employment. And all those can result in, a lack of resources in families amid of the COVID-19. Triggering the lot of pressure in the family and so on. At the interpersonal level, we've also identified that women had less social support, and that as for men, peer influence can, catalyze some violence in the family. We also address some community concerns, such as the patriarchal mindset, or for some cases, the history of experience or witnessed abuse. And also there is this cultural implication of non-denunciation of abuses and violence in African societies that can contribute to this violence and perennisation of this violences. Now, we also spoke about policy implications. In fact, the policy that stated that people should work from home imposes them to, stay at home. So it reduced their social interactions, and it contributes to, the higher exposure one to another, and then it could be trigger of those violence that were observed. And finally, we spoke about the gaps in the punishment of gender-based violence in our context. Maybe in Africa, there are few women that choose to go to court, and also the processes are so long that sometimes some women may abandon the process. That's what we said about the topic.
Thank you. That was a very, very good use of the three things that we've learned. So you apply the socio-ecological model, but from the perspective of a gender analysis. That was very good. Yeah. So you're looking at the impact, you're doing a gender analysis, looking at women, but applying the that's what the goal of the exercise, and in fact, the goal of today's multiple sessions. That's what the idea is. So I would like to say thank you very much to everyone for listening, for participating. I know it's been a long day, but you really worked hard and worked together with me. So thank you for that. I think it's lunchtime now, but I've been told that there's the next exercise, which will continue after lunch until 4 p.m. And the idea is to continue basically what we've been doing today, but to apply it to the project and to apply it to what we need to do. So I think the next step is a rapid review. So what we are supposed to do, what you're supposed to do after lunch, is to try to do a gender analysis, to apply the principles of gender transformative approaches, which one part of that is obviously gender analysis, to apply the principles of the socio-ecological model and the principles of the complex adaptive systems. Try to see how you can apply these principles to your rapid review, because then that makes it more practical, what we've been doing all day. And the idea is to come together at 4 o'clock and to discuss that, and for each cluster to work basically as we've been doing the whole day. Yeah. So again, I repeat, to apply the principles of the 3 main concepts we've looked at today. The first one is complex adaptive systems. The second is gender transformative approaches, which, if you think of gender transformative approaches, you think also of gender analysis. And then the third one is a socio-ecological model, to apply principles from these 3 theories, concepts, whatever, to think about how you would apply it to the rapid review that that needs to be done. And then at 4 o'clock, we'll discuss it. Hopefully there'll be questions so that we can clarify in preparation for actually doing this in real life. Yeah. Thank you once again.
So we will start. And as we are opening this plenary session, closing plenary session, we invite all of you to have a seat. And I will invite some of our colleagues to join us and join the high table. So on the high table, I invite those who will present for the Constitution. You will join the high table first. Yeah, wait first. Can you have?
I have the accessory. I have it.
Okay. So to work together for this, I will invite the lead of the cluster implementing clusters to come on front. Okay, yes. To come front and join the high table. Yeah. As well as you present for the Constitution? Okay. So from Benin, from the Benin cluster, who will present? You're presenting from the Benin cluster. Mr. Konu Rodion, please, under with your applause and encouragement, is joining the high table And from the Ghana cluster, Miss Gina Teji, please. Hey, my friend, you are going to be warmer like than more than that, eh? You have so it is free. When you do that, then you have no fee to pay. Okay, thank you. From the Guinea cluster. Yes, please join the high table. From the Burkina Faso cluster. Whoa. And then from the Niger cluster. So is it gender balanced? Or is it gender neutral? Ijoma, are you alone as the woman over there? Are you the only woman over there? No. Okay. So I hope it will be balanced. So over, join, please. Go on stage. Vous allez présenter? Non, il faut rejoindre le président. Kadi and Gina. Do we have enough chair? Then Gina, and then you. One chair, one more chair for you. So I can ask them to come prepare it for you. So that, yeah. Test if it will work. So this plenary session will be structured around 4 key activities that will summarize all what we have achieved so far and project us in the active, strongly active phase, both for the Recover project, but also and mainly for the WANEL, giving to WANEL a renewed energy and commitment for the next steps. So we will start by, we have those 4 points. So each cluster lead will show us how concretely in the coming next days, I will say, they can start performing the rapid assessment, how concretely they will engage with various actors in the countries or the cluster to achieve perform the rapid assessment. We will agree on the recover priority next steps. We will work also on the constitution, as the constitution working group will present to us how they integrated the bunch of comments that were pending on the constitution of WANEL. And we will also agree on the WANEL work plan around some key activities that we will agree on. But in this order, it may not work. We will start by presenting progresses in the constitution, about the constitution, to the plenary, and then we will move on to what will be around the Recover project. Is that okay? Yes. Okay. So without any further protocol, I will invite the representative of the Constitution Working Group to come on stage and present to us their progress.
Good evening to you all. Or is it good afternoon? It's evening. It's going to 5. I know we are all tired, so I am going to be brief as much as possible. This work, we thought it was going to be that easy, but when we started, we saw that we are still miles away from completing the Constitution. I'm just going to walk you through some of the things that we have changed. Ideally, you'll come across some of this. We just started a definition of terms. What we are doing is that currently the WANEL structure has what we call WANEL Governance Committee, comprising the co-chairs and then the secretariat administrator. So we're saying that sometimes there can be role conflict. How about if you just decouple them into a chair and deputy chair? So we know that chair presides over everything. Deputy chair provides supportive administrative affairs. So that's why we have to redefine the terms to mean chair is a person elected. We will come to look at some of the things have not been finalized. And we have the deputy chair who supports the chair. The articles and the clauses are not well numbered in the sense that we are moving some of the articles and the clauses up and down. So forgive us. What matters is the content or the substance. We can see from all the revisions made in track changes. We haven't touched on we didn't touch on the vision, the mission, the values. We only added as part of the values, we added the last one, excellence in research and leadership, which is key to WANEL sustainability. And then the aims and then the objectives, all that you saw there was just, the text was already there. What we did was to copy it and come and paste it to define it more appropriately. Then we have the strategy, what the network will do for the long term. We have the membership. Now, this is more important, that we said that membership of the network shall be open to young professionals who are citizens of any of the West African countries. The first definition of who a member is was too complicated, so we made this very simple. And then the criteria for becoming a member. We said that at the time you are applying to join WANEL, you shouldn't be more than 40 years. Because we're saying that if initially the provision was that if you are 40 years, it means that you have already emerged, you have to exit. Because it was that a member shall not be more than 40 years of age. But we are saying that at the time of registration, it means that you must be under 40 years. Otherwise, we can also agree that if you are 40 years, you are no longer needed in WANEL, so that some of us, we can exit peacefully. Okay, these are some of the criteria for the membership. And then, okay, we have individual membership and then institutional affiliates. So we don't need to, I don't need to walk you through, but you can see the criteria for individual membership. It still has the, what do you call it? What was clearly defined for us. We have the affiliate, institutions that seek to affiliate themselves with WANEL. So for example, we have Dodo Health Research Center is an affiliate. We can move to, let's say, another institution or university can decide to be affiliate of, what do you call it? WANEL. We can welcome that. And then we have membership obligations. With initially the proposal was that you pay a membership dues of $50 US dollars, but we said that let's remove it and say that you pay dues, but the dues shall be determined by what? The General Assembly or the WANEL WANEL Governance Committee. And then we have specified some of the benefits of being a member. And then what matters was the governance structure of the network. Some of the things were omitted. So what we did was that we'll now have what is called the General Assembly. General Assembly is all the membership of WANEL who sits at the very top. And then we have the Board of Trustees, those who share in the values, those senior health policy and system researchers, practitioners, and other business partners who identifies with WANEL are the board of trustees who will sit next to the General Assembly. Then beneath that, we have the executive board. Then after the executive board, we have the WANEL Governance Committee, WGC. And then we have the country coordinators and the thematic working groups. So this would not be the new structure and then the new reporting order. And like I said, the General Assembly is made up of all members of WANEL. It shall be the highest decision making, just like ECOWAS General Assembly, UN General Assembly, WHO General Assembly, just like any of them, is the highest decision making body. And then we have also the functions. We've had the functions. I'm supposed to copy it and paste here. Sorry for that. Then we had the board of trustees, who they are. And then we said that the board of trustees shall be a minimum of 5 members and not more than 10 members. So it can be a minimum of 5. It's good to go. And then a trustee shall hold office 3 years, renewable another 3 years, after which you cease to hold office. Apart from that, any trustee shall cease to hold office if you die or you resign or some other criteria or some other reasons that we specified. Then we have the executive board. Executive boards basically comprise of the WANEL Governance Committee, country coordinators across the 16 ECOWAS countries, and then the chairs of the thematic working groups. We have now specified the functions of the executive board, and they are here. And then most of the things basically approval processes, because that's what we call it at board level. And remember, we have the WANEL Governance Committee who also sits in the board. So we all approve whatever goes on. And then we have the WANEL Governance Committee, who will now comprise of the chair, the deputy chair, and then the administrator of the secretariat of WANEL. So essentially, for now, we have 3 people who comprise, who constitute the WANEL Governance Committee. And then we've also specified some of the functions of the WANEL Governance Committee. And then we're now moving ahead to talk about proceedings of the WANEL Governance Committee. And then from there, we're going to look at the chair of the network. We have to define clearly who the chair is, how the chair is elected, tenure of office of the chair, when the chair shall cease to hold office, and then the functions of the chair. We'll do same for the deputy chair, do same for the, the WANEL Governance Secretariat. When we are done with that, we finish with the structure, administrative structure of WANEL. Then we would have moved ahead to now talk about elections. This was a deliberation, then we were told that our time is up. Now the question was, should you have electoral commission? Or should WANEL Governance Board always constitute an electoral commission within itself or from the General Assembly to conduct elections, which is which? But our time was up. Thank you very much.
So do anyone from the group, the Constitution Working Group, want to add any element?
Thank you very much. Thanks, Dr. Rogers, for that presentation. I think to make the last part where he stopped much clearer, we had an argument on who appoints the WANEL Governance Committee. So some felt the executive board should make the appointment subject to ratification by the General Assembly. Another group of thought think that the General Assembly should be the one to elect members of the WANEL Governance Committee, and they could set up an electoral committee during the General Assembly to do that. So those were two options on the table, and we hope a larger house could help in making that choice. Then the other is on the WGC composition itself. We said that yes, the chair, deputy chair, that the administrator of the secretariat is not a voting member of either WGC or executive board, but is there because he's the one more in charge of the secretariat. But the administrator could be a member of WANEL or a non-member. He will be a hired staff who could be doing that role on a full-time basis. So it's more like the secretary of the executive board as well as the WGC, but not a voting member of such. So there was a recommendation that the WGC, instead of just the chair and the coach and the deputy chair, could be like 5 members of chair, deputy chair, someone in charge of communications, and 2 country coordinators, one from Anglophone, one from Francophone, to have a 5-member team of WGC. It's a recommendation. We've not quite made a decision on that. So, or whether it should just be the chair and deputy chair, but a school of thought is like just those 2 is too small a number to make a decision and may not also be effectively representative. But the executive board makes the bigger decisions. So WGC just sees to the implementation of those decisions that's been arrived and does the heavy lifting and presents to the executive board for the policy making. Thank you.
So just one last thing. We wanted to be sure because the work is not completed. So the chair will address those things as whether we can continue to work virtually or in what way do you proceed, given that this constitution has been an albatross on our neck for more than since 2017. We've never finished this constitution. There must be a time to finish it. And the time is now.
So give a big applause to that commitment. So thank you very much for this hard work. We can still, so the only question I have for you now is when for you for this to be finished. I think the overall broad recommendations I think we can all share here is we are building something new by nature. And even though there are some past experiences on which we can build, we still have many dimensions that set our initiative a part of many existing organizations. So whatever we can agree on and start with can be a learning starting point. And then we can later on correct and adapt and even find a clear way to mention in our constitution that our constitution is a dynamic, lively instrument rather than a rigid and unflexible tool. So with that in mind, do you think we can have one date in front of everyone here when you leaders of that working group can commit to say we will be done by the end of next week? No. No, let's just have at least one time span, one time frame.
Okay.
So you can work online, you can commit, work online, pass through, you have now already the dynamic. So how realistically do you think you can give us back something that can be submitted to General Assembly for education.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, a lot of the work has been done. I think within a couple of weeks, we could do back and forth. And I really like the recommendation you made in terms of not making it so rigid, so that one of the ways of doing that is giving some powers to the executive board to make amendments, because if it lies only with the General Assembly, it might be somewhat difficult to change anything, you know. So with that, we can easily, those amendments could be made and subject to final approval. And as we're learning, we are improving on it. So, but we really like some of these areas that we don't have consensus, like who chooses WGC, whether executive board or GA, both have comparative advantage. So it now depends on what majority of us are more comfortable with. And also there was discussions around whether we should have a lecturer, a treasurer. There was such suggestion, you know, but after discussion, we said, okay, let the secretariat and the staff of the secretariat deal more with that and report to this WGC. So they would hold accountable on finances, you know, working with the secretariat, since a treasurer may not necessarily be resident at the secretariat, you know, so we kind of didn't include that. So, but some of these areas, if there is resolved at the general house, if not, we may still have to put both to choice, which might open up another round of arguments. So we really want to avoid that. Thank you.
So a couple of weeks, like 2 weeks.
Yes, who has a calendar? Today is 10th, right? Yeah. 11th. Today is the 11th.
Coach, why don't you just say a month?
A month.
A month is actually a couple of 4 weeks. Is that not it? We can get today's date and then.
Okay, the most ideal for me actually would have been, let's get this done with tomorrow, you know, but
exactly.
I learned you're traveling.
Tomorrow is better too, but.
You know, but you're leaving, right? You know.
Excuse, Chair. You know, Roger threw the question at you first. You didn't say anything. And then you threw the question back to the committee. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure perhaps that's why he's struggling to answer.
So so you give me the power to chair. So as you give me the power to chair, I will chair by giving you up to the end of the month of June. Okay? For you to complete this exercise of revising and integrating. Don't remember that we are not at the beginning of writing a new stuff. That we have first draft that have been commented by seniors, by patrons, by members, by one member of one executive board, and we are integrating those comments. So we are not going to recreate something completely new. So from yesterday to today, you managed to be on page 12, over a document of 27 pages. So I think before the end of June, you will complete this exercise of having a revised material that we can review then and move forward. No, I think you have, so think about the logic behind each choice you make. Make it explicit in a kind of annex to your choices. We will review that, experiment that, learn from it, and adapt. So we will never, I think, have like the fully 100% perfect option, since we are all learning from what we are doing. Okay? So make a choice, make history, be ready to be accountable to it, and we will move on and learn. Okay, so on that, we will close that part of the closing plenary, and by inviting Ashim to help us to do what we can call a military applause. so that everybody can wake up and get back to the room physically and spiritually.
Thank you very much. Hello? Hello? Are you there? Are you there? Please prove it. Wake up. Stand up. Please. Levez-vous, s'il vous plaît. Nous allons faire ce que nous appelons le banc militaire. So it's what we call military applause. I will show you it first and we'll do it together. Are you ready? Okay. So we use our hands and our foot. Okay. So 1, 2 right, 1, 2 left, and 1, 2. That's the military applause. So we should shake the room and the walls. Are you ready? Okay, let's go. And now we shake it. Oh. Let's do it one second. 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashim. I wanted really for you to look at the 5 colleagues that are on a high stage today. They will hold on their shoulders a key responsibility, either by themselves or with the person they are representing, to make this project a successful project. Because from Accra or from Dodowa, you cannot have a field full impact in all the 15 ECOWAS countries. But as representatives of the respective implementing partners, they are really taking on their shoulders the responsibility to generate the field impact of the Recover project. This is why I'm really calling you to look at them and encourage them in accepting this responsibility. Please give them a really warm applause. I know some of them are really concerned already. The length of their sleep, they start already to sleep less. They send questions at 2 a.m. in the morning, 3 a.m. in the morning, and you can feel like they're already feeling the responsibility, and they have already all the mind and spirit in contemplating how their work will show results. And this is already something very powerful. And this is already leadership. And I really thank you for accepting this responsibility. We will all be here to support you. And I would like to thank Selena Defoe that is over there, all the regional committee with Harriet, with George Edward, with myself, all supported by the director of Dodowa Health Research Center, with colleagues from really our patrons to make your life as easy and stressless as possible. But then you hold that responsibility to make this become a reality. So I will give to each of you 5 minutes. 5 minutes to convince us about this concrete next step of the rapid assessment. We have up to February 2022 to submit to RDRC the regional report about the rapid assessment. We know what we have to do. We know the 3 key pillars. We received this morning some advanced knowledge about systems, complexity, system thinking, and about gender transformative approach. while applying all of that to support changes in our region, how can you translate that into a concrete next steps for starting from Monday? So I will give the floor first to a lady. Who want to start? Nigeria. So you can choose to stay there or to come here. Feel free. You feel comfortable? Okay. So go.
Thank you. I said staying here, I'll be encouraged by my colleagues. Thank you for the introduction you've given. Once again, my name is Dr. Ijoma Okido Alex from representing Cluster 3, the Nigerian team, and undertaking this task on behalf of the principal investigator of the Nigerian cluster, Professor Jesse Uneke, and the institution that is managing the Nigerian aspect of the work is the African Institute for Health Policy and Health Systems, Ebonyi State University, Abakaliki, Nigeria. So looking at I'm going to use the rapid assessment template sent yesterday to just briefly talk on what we intend to do. Already the template is clearly set out, and we have, for the first aspect of the rapid assessment, the stakeholder mapping. So yesterday I worked with my colleague, Dr. Laz Udeze, who is also one of the consultants to the project. We looked at the template for the stakeholder mapping, and looking at the category aspect, we tried to bring in the 3 broad categories of stakeholders so we don't miss anybody: the elected, the career, and the civil sector policy makers, alongside all of that which has been mentioned. So we're going to use the template to identify the stakeholders and then fill up the details. We will source our information tacitly from what we know through brainstorming, and then we'll extend the reach to stakeholders who can give us more information by calling and contacting them in the various states of Nigeria that will be selected for the study. So let me also lay a premise that Nigeria is a highly diverse country that has 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, which we know, Abuja. So I would just say more like 37 states, but Abuja hosts most of the national ministries, departments, and agencies. So doing this study in all of the 36 states may not be so feasible, but we have a grouping, a geopolitical zone grouping. We have 6 geopolitical zones that maps the different states into this zone. So we're going to select at least 1 state from each of the geopolitical zones to reflect the diversity and then improve inclusion. And then we will now map the stakeholders. But generally, the state levels of government have a similar structure as across the nation. So we're going to use that, and then we'll make further inquiries to find out some of the information here. And then for the federal level, we'll work closely with policymakers at that level, the Federal Ministry of Health and other allied agencies. Some of them we already have working relationship with them through the activities of the institute in the country. Okay, so we will also assess websites and all. Then during the brainstorming earlier this evening, we also would intend to analyze or describe the vulnerable persons peculiar to our context and still use that description to be sure that we have a very inclusive list or map of the stakeholders. And
So going forward to look at the strategy mapping, we're going to use various data sources, both internet and gray literature, to look for evidence on strategies that has been deployed to identify and manage these collateral effects. We'll also reach out to some of those already identified stakeholders for policy documents or briefs or reports that will be helpful in identifying the stakeholders and in the strategies, sorry. And we'll also use the identified vulnerable groups to broaden our search so that we can identify as many strategies peculiar to different vulnerable groups as possible. For the literature review, it's already spelled out, we'll do a literature review. The Nigerian team discussed with Jim Paul yesterday, and since there'll be a regional review, he asked us to put more emphasis on getting contextual evidence at the country level from policy documents, working papers, strategic plans, unpublished studies, and all of that. So this will form part of what we're going to, where we will source the evidence on these collateral effects. Of course, we'll also employ the internet, but we will not be limited to that. We will use various online databases, PubMed, Google Scholar, and news outlets, websites to source our information. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will start slowly, try to capture some of the keywords, key steps that are emerging from what we are sharing, and try a little bit to put a kind of time, spread that a little bit over time between June and February 2022. So how do you see this spreading over time for Nigeria? For instance, the brainstorming that you did already, eventually that you still have to do. So when do you expect this to be complete?
Okay, so like we discussed yesterday, we are working with the country timelines of December. And so between, as soon as we revert on getting to Nigeria, we will go straight to doing the stakeholder mapping. We've already done some work, like you know, and we've tried to get some, to involve some stakeholders to get more information on these collateral effects. So we will just broaden what we have already. So I don't know if you want me to give you like month by month, but we have the timeline in mind that by December we'll have our country reports ready, and it's going to contain the stakeholder map and the literature review and the strategy map.
So your country report will be ready by December 2021.
Yes, it will be.
And so we have already broadly, you will eventually do a kind of brainstorming to really be sure that you eventually have an overview on all the various stakeholders, group of actors you will
Yes, even the
reach out
literature
to.
review, we had done that before coming for the meeting, but what we will add now is to do a more contextualized use of gray evidence, like you already talked about. So we've started some of these, we'll fine tune them, and we hope to be ready in record time.
Okay. So all that, what your contributions will be consolidated in a kind of time frame that will become binding, okay, for all of us, so that we can all monitor our progress respectively. So thank you for providing already some of those key details. A big applause for Nigeria, please. Okay. Who want to go next?
This is for, I'm speaking about the, in the name of the cluster 40. So as for our cluster, we revised the template that was given, and for the three main parts of the template, namely the stakeholder mapping, the strategy mapping, and the literature review, we have worked on them during these exercises today, and also yesterday. And so for the real activity, practical activities in the field, the first thing we will be doing is to identify what are the vulnerable populations. That's the first thing we will be engaging in. And once we identify them, then we will be developing these three parts of the rapid assessment templates for the main vulnerable populations. I mean, for each vulnerable population, we will go through these. And while keeping in mind the realist methodology that was taught during this forum, I'm talking about the actors, the mechanism, and the outcome and the context for each country, and as related to the identified vulnerable population. And we also reminded each other to keep in mind the three concepts, or pillars you were referring to, namely this system thinking. I'm talking about the complex adaptive system concept that we were taught during this seminar, and also the specific vulnerable population transformation approach. So if it's gender-based, it will be the gender transformation approach. If it's other than gender, then we will apply it accordingly. And the last pillar will be the social ecological model. So all these will be applied throughout the analysis we will be doing. And as for the time frame, the deadlines, we have agreed maybe plus some windows of one couple of days of delay or early submission, but we intended from the countries to the cluster level to be the reports to be submitted by October, so that from October to December, the cluster can compile and submit to the Dodo Health Center. And as it has been said here, maybe they will also try to compile and send to the funding agency by February 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do the audience have any clarification question to them, for them? One or two? No? Okay. So in terms of concrete step, can you help me to summarize that? So from next week, what are you going to do?
The first activity will be for all of us when we'll be back to start with the vulnerable population identification when we are back. And during that exercise, we will be contacting the main stakeholders and try to engage as I started, but we didn't map out a time frame like you were suggesting. Maybe it's something that we should have done, but yeah, I think maybe before we will have a virtual platform to exchange. So if there is anything to adapt, we will do it. But we have in mind that the deadline of the country level is October. So internally, each country will prepare its time frame and be sharing in our local WhatsApp group and eventually our Zoom interactions. So for now, we didn't do that, but it can be maybe by the end of the first month when we are back. Every country, all of us, we will be sharing the work plan. So that the October deadline will be respected as much as possible.
So you think you can be ready to share the cluster work plan by
December, sorry.
Work plan?
Oh, no. Work plan that I just mentioned.
Yes. The chain of activities.
Is it deliverable? Because that we were expecting for a local level.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have to submit that to?
Yes, just that we can just follow up with you.
Okay, no problem.
By the end of next week?
Let's say by the end of the first month.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me
write
that. Any further comments, questions for the Guinea cluster? No? Okay. So a big applause. Oh, you are too shy. Okay, thank you. So apparently Burkina Faso is ready. So go ahead, Kadi.
Ok, merci Jean-Paul. Je suis Kadi, je parle au nom du cluster 5 qui regroupe le Burkina, la Côte d'Ivoire et puis le Sénégal. Pour ce qui concerne notre cluster, je vais essayer de partager nos réflexions et comment est-ce qu'on pense pouvoir atteindre nos objectifs. On pense déjà par rapport à ce qu'on a comme objectif à atteindre, on a 3 objectifs. Et la première grande activité pour nous concerne à faire l'identification des différents acteurs à travers une réunion. On a commencé ici, mais on n'a pas terminé. On pense qu'on doit ensemble s'asseoir pour discuter et faire ressortir en brainstorming les différents acteurs dans le domaine de la COVID et faire une analyse maintenant approfondie de ces acteurs-là, notamment qui sont-ils, qu'est-ce qu'ils ont mis en œuvre comme intervention, quel type de bénéficiaires, les sources de financement, l'envergure des actions. Et pour ce premier objectif de la cartographie et de l'analyse des acteurs, on pense pouvoir appliquer une analyse en tenant compte du genre, notamment les actions et les interventions qui ont été mises en œuvre. Et ces différentes interventions-là, essayer de les analyser pour voir dans quelle mesure elles prennent en compte la question du genre en lien avec les populations vulnérables. Est-ce que c'est dans une perspective juste sensitive ou bien c'est juste de façon, est-ce que ça prend en compte la perspective transformative? Après cette première grande étape, la deuxième étape, c'est maintenant d'aborder la cartographie des stratégies de suivi des effets collatéraux de la COVID. Et ça sera fait à partir d'une revue de la littérature également, de façon large, à travers les sources ministérielles et Internet et tout. Pour ce qui concerne la revue de la littérature scientifique sur les effets collatéraux de la COVID, sur les personnes vulnérables, on pense qu'à cette étape, on va utiliser notamment principalement les revues scientifiques, mais aussi les documents de travail qui ont été produits par les organisations et en appliquant également la stratégie de l'analyse de systèmes complexes et pour chaque effet collatéral, essayer de savoir ça s'inscrit dans quel grand contexte et quels sont les mécanismes en jeu et les différents acteurs. Et en plus également de l'analyse de la question du genre au niveau individuel, quelles sont les implications au niveau communautaire, au niveau politique et organisationnel. Mais avant de pouvoir faire tout cela, nous pensons que dans notre cluster, on va partager un protocole générique. Et ce protocole générique, en termes d'échéancier, je me donne la responsabilité de pouvoir partager cela avec mon équipe d'ici dans les 2 semaines à venir pour qu'on puisse avoir la même vision et la même perspective pour qu'on puisse avancer. Et dans ce protocole, on va décliner un calendrier de travail, des moments de réunion pour pouvoir faire les points et tout. Il y a également qu'on doit signer les contrats, ça, c'est pas encore fait. Ça, c'est une autre activité aussi qu'on va essayer de faire dans les jours à venir. Donc, voilà globalement résumé ce que le cluster 5 compte faire pour pouvoir, d'ici, en tout cas, on pense pouvoir, avant décembre, avoir un rapport cluster, ce qui voudrait dire que les rapports pays doivent être disponibles avant décembre. Donc voilà, mais tout cela reste encore à peaufiner de façon claire dans un document commun que l'ensemble des 3 pays vont amender et puis pour qu'on puisse avancer et travailler avec la même méthodologie. Je tiens à préciser que je remercie l'effort des traducteurs, mais souvent c'est tellement rapide que ce qui a été présenté ce matin ici, étant donné que nous n'avons pas eu les supports avant pour pouvoir mieux comprendre certains concepts, cela n'a pas été facile. Donc, on se dit qu'on va encore lire davantage les documents qui seront partagés et cela va nous permettre de mieux finaliser notre document de référence de notre cluster pour pouvoir avancer. Donc, voilà résumé ce que nous envisageons faire.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Je suis très ému par l'esprit de responsabilité, l'effort de méthode que chacun de vous mettez dans ce travail, comment vous réfléchissez à toutes ces étapes préliminaires et comment tout cela commence à prendre forme avec l'intelligence collective qui est en train d'être développée. Donc, sincèrement, je vous encourage à continuer dans cette dimension-là et à comprendre 2 choses. Donc, I use this opportunity to make 2. Oh, je finis en français et puis les autres. Donc, je prends cette occasion pour rappeler 2 choses. L'équipe de l'IMT, sur ces concepts de system thinking et de gender transformative approach, restera disponible avec nous tout au long du projet pour nous apporter plus de matériel, pour répondre à nos questions précises et pour réviser, éventuellement apporter des compléments, des inputs dans nos différents documents, dans nos différentes productions, participer à nos sessions si nous les informons, si nous avons des sessions que nous programmons pour travailler techniquement sur ces questions-là, pour avoir des inputs et des orientations. Et tout le matériel d'aujourd'hui sera rendu disponible. Nous présentons nos excuses pour le fait que les matériels n'ont pas été présentés dans les différentes langues, en français et en portugais, mais nous allons travailler à cela pour que vous les ayez et puissiez les exploiter au maximum et que cela se reflète dans les productions. On est ensemble? OK, très bien. Donc, je vois que vous avez clairement identifié qu'il faut un peu plus de temps pour digérer un certain nombre de matériels partagés aujourd'hui, donc c'est important. Qu'il faut signer les contrats avec les différents staffs pays, c'est important. Je rappelle à cette étape qu'il y a eu, il faut finaliser le protocole générique. Donc, on a déjà une version qui se consolide ici, que vous pourrez raffiner, améliorer encore pour que tout ce plan-là soit clair. Vous avez mentionné qu'il vous allez préciser dans un plan de travail les différents moments où vous allez vous rencontrer pour faire des points. C'est très important, on va clarifier ça. Et on avait appris de l'équipe de la Guinée qu'on va mettre en place une plateforme de discussion, une plateforme d'échange, donc le plan de communication au sein de chaque cluster, comment vous travaillez ensemble, est-ce que c'est un groupe WhatsApp, est-ce que c'est un groupe par mail, comment vous échangez les informations, c'est très important. Et je vous remercie beaucoup pour ces différentes contributions. Donc, nous allons rapidement écouter entre Gina et... OK. Gina, come. You have
Okay. It's not showing.
Please, can you help us? Let me move it out.
Okay. So we took advantage of this meeting so that we can do as much as we can afford before we go home. So we were very concrete in the activities that we'll be doing. So we've broken them down into steps and we started doing some of them from yesterday. So our first step is to do, we broken the thing up into 3 activities as was recommended from the template that Jean-Paul shared with us. The first one is the stakeholder mapping. So under the stakeholder mapping activity, we said we'll be doing the stakeholder identification and then various things. So we have the identification of general stakeholders that will be involved in, the vulnerable groups that may be affected or may have some collateral effect of COVID-19. So we have done it and we've discussed it with our team members. We did it together. And we've given examples so that people can go home and follow it. Then we have the vulnerable group stakeholders list, which is different from the general one, so that we don't mix them up. And so that one too, we've done it. We've looked at, let me just start with this one. We've looked at the institution to start with, the sector, the level of operation, and then the reasons for which we are including them. And then with the vulnerable groups one, we have the actors that we've identified, the effect of COVID-19 on them, the level of effect we need help for people to help us. We don't know how to quantify the level of effect, and then the reasons for including them. So we have that clearly outlined. And then this is just to demonstrate the essence of mapping. So that you can map out the various actors. If you put social welfare in the middle, then you can map out the various actors that social welfare works with. And by doing that, it will help you also to look out for actors that you are missing so that you can accommodate them and then put them into your table. And then we came to stakeholder analysis. So you can take these stakeholders and now analyze them effectively, looking at the actions that they do, the resources available to them, the influences that they may have, just like what Jean-Paul shared with us, and the various networks that they work with. And then we came to the 4th step, which is doing a complex adaptive system analysis. We thought that would be useful to look at the various key actors and do this complex adaptive system, which we've done an example. So for instance, women working with informal sector, normally the context is within domestic and community levels. And then we'll explain it further if there is a need for it, the outcome, loss of job, loss of income, poverty, domestic violence, and so on and so forth. And the mechanisms are the fear, anxiety, insecurities. So you take each of these actors and then you unpack them to help you to do it. Then we thought that the various outcomes which are here, the outcomes here, can further be mapped out in a causal loop diagram so that we understand effectively the various relationship between the outcomes. So we are going to do a causal loop, which is a fifth step, and then that will be for the stakeholder mapping and analysis. So then we come to activity 2, which is the strategies. So for the activities 2, we want to understand that activity 2 means government strategies or national level strategies. So then we said the first step of this is to list all the strategies that had gone on in your countries. And then we started listing the ones that we were very familiar with, which is the Ghanaian one as an example. And like I'm saying, we did this in our group. And then we came back to mapping out these strategies. So in the mapping, we are looking at first the strategy, the sector which is responsible for these strategies, and then the sources of data that we use. And if you have any comments, then you put in through. So this is also a very important table to help you to unpack those strategies or intervention as a form of analysis. And then we said that we'll do another level of the intervention by classifying them into interventions that are gender-based, and then interventions that are simply for vulnerable groups. So in times of COVID, everybody is vulnerable, but there are some levels of people who are even more vulnerable. So then when you do that, those within the gender groups will now do some form of gender transformative analysis, where we'll see whether the particular intervention, so for instance, hand washing is a general, compulsory hand washing is general. So we thought that was neutral, and for that matter, but it's also equally exploitative because the government is using it to curb positively, to curb, to promote hand hygiene and to curb other epidemic outbreaks like cholera. So since the COVID started, cholera outbreaks have literally not been reported much. So that is basically an example of that. And when it doesn't apply to sensitive or transformative, you just leave it there. And then the next step will be to do an ecological model, which we don't know what we are doing there. So we need help. As you can see, it's in red. And so we need somebody to really help us to understand what we have to do with that. And then you can have a commentary around everything else. So the literature review bit is simply to indicate the sources of information and probably to write up some of the literature that you've done, which we are using the table sent by Jean-Paul. Now, in terms of timeline, we were very concrete as such yesterday that we're going to sign our contract next week, whether you provide us with a template or not. And then we are going to the working activities. You can see that we've done quite a bit of work. And so people are going to just go home and run with it. So, and we are going to meet next week. We are very concrete. We are meeting 21st July. And we are going to now decide when we are going to do the next meeting. So it's going to be an iterative. We don't want to set dates that are not practical because people will work from different contexts. And then, but we said that the final submission from the country level to the cluster lead will be on the 30th of October, which we have agreed. And also we'll review it and probably send it back if there is a need for, so there'll be 1 month window for, you know, accommodating for lateness and other things. And then we hope that we'll submit to the Secretariat by 22nd of December. So we are ready for any questions.
So I'm sure you fought 22nd because you know 25 will be Christmas, and after 25, nothing will. Okay, thank you very much for this for taking the step we shared and pushing it so far, and showing also to all of us how this can happen, and where you still need help with probably Clara already taking notes on probably where she can support further clearly in terms of not only gender transformative approaches, but also in terms of system thinking, sociological, ecological model, etc. So these are very concrete points, and I respect and value all those efforts in short time period. I will, I don't know if there are some questions. Oh, okay, that is interesting. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
So let's start from Kadi.
Merci Gina pour ce travail abattu, c'est très bien fait. Bravo. Mais j'aimerais que tu repartes sur l'activité 2, sur les stratégies. C'est bon? Je disais merci et félicitations pour ce beau travail. C'est vraiment très bien fait à mon avis. Et on voit que tu es une aînée expérimentée. Et merci vraiment de nous montrer la voie à suivre. Maintenant, j'aimerais que tu partes à la stratégie des interventions, là où tu as listé les interventions gouvernementales. Voilà, ici. Voilà. Par rapport à ici, je n'ai pas bien compris. Ce que moi, j'avais compris, c'est une analyse des stratégies qui ont été mises en place pour suivre les effets collatéraux du COVID. Mais tel que présenté comme ça, j'ai compris que c'est la liste de toutes les stratégies que chaque gouvernement a mis en place pour pouvoir répondre à la COVID. Et on fait l'analyse maintenant de ces stratégies-là. Voilà. Donc, je voulais faire si on peut clarifier pour qu'on puisse avoir la même compréhension. Parce que depuis hier, ce que moi j'ai compris par rapport à ça, c'était les stratégies mises en place pour suivre les effets collatéraux et non les stratégies des gouvernements pour gérer les conséquences de COVID. Parce que ce que je vois ici, c'est intéressant, c'est ce que les gouvernements ont décidé de faire, mais une analyse de ça, c'est intéressant aussi pour faire ressortir que, bon, ça peut, ces interventions, ces actions gouvernementales peuvent avoir des effets collatéraux et niveau 1, niveau 2, niveau 3. Donc, je voulais savoir qu'est-ce qu'on fait. Est-ce une analyse de ces interventions du gouvernement ou une analyse des stratégies pour suivre les effets collatéraux du COVID? Je ne sais pas si je me suis fait bien comprendre.
Sorry, before she responds, it's about the same thing. So I wanted to also say that, like, your first line is not, so maybe at the group level, you now expanded to means government strategies to mitigate. Because what's in the the thing sent to us, the template, was strategies to monitor and identify. And his examples were all about identifying. He gave about 3 examples yesterday. Firstly, he talked about World Bank doing a study maybe on households to check out household financing post-COVID or during the COVID time. He looked at girl-child enrollment in school maybe by UNESCO and another example. So he now said that some of the strategies at that point would be online surveys, household survey, and using of online. That's some of the instances you gave. So this is, I really need that clarification as well. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much. I think what I understood the strategies that he was using was mainly that there were 2 levels of strategies that I understood. One was the actual strategies for mitigating COVID-19 collateral effect. And the other one was the strategies that were being used to gain the information that we are going to use. So that is how I understood it. So our strategies here was just the one to mitigate COVID-19 collateral effect. Now, the other strategies that will mitigate how we gain the information is down there in activity 3. So this is not a complete document. We are still doing it. So let me just go down. So here, we are looking at, for us, the starting point for even knowing what strategies have been used to mitigate COVID-19 is to list all the strategies. So once you list all the strategies, now you can tell which one mitigates COVID-19 collateral effect. And sometimes they may not be obvious, but as you speak about them, you realize that most of them are mitigating COVID-19 collateral effect. For instance, for us, in Ghana, we had 9 months of free water. We were not paying for water. Now, why would the government put in such an intervention? It's so that the poor people will not suffer, and we needed water to battle COVID-19. So it was a very, very important intervention in terms of vulnerable groups. So in communities like urban communities where there was no pipe waters, they provided them with tanks so that these free waters will be delivered. And places where they were selling the water, they were asked to give free water. So it was an important way of supporting poor families who wouldn't necessarily have access to water. And for that matter, the COVID is likely to spread. So once you start unpacking some of these interventions, it becomes very clear that it is collateral effect. Then the economy. The government actually set out, I think, about $10 million equivalent of Ghana cedis for medium and small scale enterprises. So these people were affected extensively during the beginning of the COVID-19. So then the idea is that how do we support them so they don't lose their economic, and these are real collateral effects of COVID-19. It's not that you are sick, but you don't have the resources because people were not traveling, and we depend a lot on exports. So all of these things came up very strongly as issues that we should look at as strategies. So that is what informed this whole listing. There was closing of schools. What is the effect of this closing of schools? Then we'll look at that collateral effect of it. So what we are saying is that we are just listing all of it for now. This is not an exhaustive list, of course. We are still ongoing. Then we are going to now break those that will select some of them and break them up and then find out whether they are important or not, and then which sector they fall into. So this one, we are just going to adapt this list that was presented. We didn't do this list. This list was given to us. So we are just going to adapt it to meet the various things that was needed. Okay, so we'll put in the strategy, and then we will now look at which sector this strategy falls in. The source of these data that we got, we thought that it's going to be useful if you need to go back to find out more information. And then also, if you have any comments about whether these fall into vulnerable groups or not, whether it is not worthwhile pursuing it. So that is why we brought in this one. But the main work starts from here. What is what interventions are specific to vulnerable groups, and what interventions are specific to gender-based groups, which is why we put this one, separating those two, and now unpacking those two into those gender transformative analysis. I hope I answered your question. That's the thinking behind why we did this.
Okay, let me say that at different groups we've grappled with this, and it's come back to it's just for identification. So if we are adopting that this strategy mapping would also include interventions, then let it be across board and all of us will have that common understanding.
So are we together? Oh, please, are we together? Don't be talking side by side, and it is really the moment to be in the room together with us so that we can clarify those issues again and again. The full question of the stakeholder mapping. Who can recall me the full question of the stakeholder mapping? So the component 1. It is clearly Ashim, you are with us here. Please listen. The full question of the stakeholder mapping is who
is doing what about which collateral effect of COVID-19 with which resources, where, how, and why. Okay? So when you identify an actor, so the identification, the mapping of the strategies to mitigate the collateral effect are fully part of the stakeholder analysis. Okay? So to make it simple, the Ghana cluster is right by fully devoting a part to identify the strategies to mitigate the collateral effect of COVID-19, because those strategies are fully part of the first dimension of our assessment, of our rapid assessment, because the full question of the stakeholder mapping is who is doing what about which collateral effect of COVID-19 with which resources. By listing what people are doing, you will list the intervention and the strategies, but then you already try to attach them to a specific dimension of the collateral effect they are operating on. So all this contributes to having a rich description of really what is happening in the country. So I can copy and paste and share again with you, if necessary, this full question of the first part, the first pillar of the rapid assessment, that is the stakeholder mapping. Is that clear for all?
Please, I have a question.
Yes, in the room first. Any confusion remaining? Yes.
So, thank you, Gan, for your presentation. My only problem here is, or issue, is we are doing one report. Each country is, or each cluster is going to submit the report. Does the format of the report, is it the format of the report, is it not an issue? Are we not supposed to have each cluster to have the same format of the report? Because I'm saying that Ghana has, what they have done is very good, it looks very nice with different sections. But from the presentation of all of the other clusters, you will see that our format is the same format you gave us. There was no addition.
Yeah.
So are we going to go with the generic format, or everyone can do an addition to the report?
So I will use one word that is part fully of my philosophy as a researcher: collective intelligence. Okay? So what we will retain as a template that will guide all what we will be doing for the reporting will emerge for the contribution of all what each of you have done. Either it is under this format shared by Gina, or your comments, the comment that you are putting in now, or what the other colleagues have presented, will consolidate all of that to have a template in which all of you can feel comfortable. So what we can see up to now is that others have advanced the work plan, others have given some broad statement, but then we have now something that puts some concrete step. We are refining it, clarifying our understanding about stakeholder mapping, or about mapping the strategies, mapping the monitoring strategies. All of this is contributing, is our collective intelligence. We are synthesizing, and even Gina in his mind is processing what you have done by presenting it to us. She's consolidating, refining, and what will result from this is really our collective product. And we can proudly say, this is what we have produced together. And then this will guide what we will be doing for the reporting. Okay? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
You still have to present yours.
Yes, after
okay.
After my question, and
okay, good.
after we clarify some points. Thank you for the presentation. It was extremely clear. But my point is this: I want to come back to something
Jean-Paul said the first day is that you said that we should have a conceptual note or harmonized, template of what we need. And I don't know if will be the work of the PIs or who to, after this discussion, settle something and share it for us so that it be clear. Why am I raising that point is because whilst we were working, we were working with a Nigeria cluster, we were seriously wondering if we had to go through the steps or if it just had to be, the process of thinking. Do we have to write all those, as it has been stepped here, step by step, or is it just the principle that are guiding our, reflections in order to have the shorter templates that we first had? So my point of view is that everything is doable as far as you gave us a clear template of what we have to do. That will avoid us at the end of the day to be, having too much discussions about the report any country will have to share. Please make sure that this kind of thing is settled and that we move on a, same ground. Thank you.
Yes. So the regional level of the Recover project, before you submit will provide to you an overarching guiding template for reporting your country rapid assessment. Okay? But this template will be a co-produced work, whereby we provide you with a starting point, and all the work you have done since yesterday is contributing to consolidate that, and the regional team will integrate all your productions and share with you one consolidated template in which you can find all of your work, find yourself comfortable. By next week. You will receive that by next week. It will be an output of this meeting. And will be part of the report of this meeting. And it will not be something we impose to you. It will be something that we have co-produced. Okay? And in which all of us can feel comfortable. Okay? If we add some anything or we remove anything, we will explain that and make sure that all the discussion we are having now, you can find yourself comfortable in the product that will come on your table to guide you for the work. Okay? Because to be frank, if I had to sit alone and behind my computer with my team to work on this, I have to confess that I may not have such a rich product to guide our collective work. Okay? So I think what we'll have out of this will be richer than any form of template that we will just write behind our desk and share with you. Okay? And then one comment from Guinea, and we will move forward and then maybe come back to conclude.
I just want to also congratulate Gina for this brilliant work. I appreciated the intervention phase where she intervened, and she went from general interventions to the specifically gender collateral-based interventions. So when I look at the vulnerability table, can you please show it up? Yeah, here. It's like interventions that are gender-based and interventions that are based on the vulnerability groups. I mean, I thought that they told us this gender specificity is part of the vulnerability, right? So why not adopt the same good strategy you started with the interventions over up there? Start with the vulnerability based first because it includes the gender, and then just revert, and then when you collect, you draw the gender-based specific from the vulnerable, then you go to the next table. I think it will be more, because here it's like you are starting with the gender-based, it's like it's a separate, or it's included in the second one.
So it was going to be the other way around, vulnerable groups, then gender. Yeah. But then I thought, okay, they are all vulnerable. So let's just separate them and say, okay, this is gender specific. This is just vulnerable groups. All of them are vulnerable though. So it's okay. We can still now do, it will be a bit of a duplication when you list all the vulnerable groups and then you now take out the gender, which is why we said if it's any vulnerable group in gender, we'll put it on the left side. The right side, we wouldn't put any gender-based ones, but we'll now move them to
like other vulnerable groups.
Yes.
Than gender.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So that's the thinking about it. But I guess we can always create vulnerable groups and then sift out the gender. Okay.
Okay. So thank you very much, Gina. Big applause. A warm one. Thank you very much for this contribution. And thanks to you. Thank you very much for all your questions, your critical input, questions and interrogations that will probably contribute in enriching and improving this collective product. Then, up to you now.
Merci. Vu que la totalité des membres du cluster sont francophones, je vais aller en français. Et je parle au nom de Pacos Gandaro, qui représente en fait le Bénin, qui est la tête de liste du cluster. Et les autres pays sont le Togo et le Niger. La structure qui coordonne le projet au sein de ce cluster, c'est le CERUT. Beaucoup de choses ont déjà été dites, donc je vais éviter de faire des répétitions. Les points sur lesquels je voudrais juste revenir pour qu'on puisse bien embrasser la deuxième composante du projet qui est le Rapid Assessment, c'est donc le besoin d'une note conceptuelle avec un template qui puisse nous permettre d'aller tous dans la même direction. Pour ce qui est de spécifique à notre cluster, nous avons également besoin que les considérations administratives puissent être clarifiées et tout ce qui tourne autour des contrats puisse être signé. Ça va se faire, ça a été dit, mais c'est un rappel. Sur du point de vue méthodologique, je ne vais pas revenir sur tout ce qui a déjà été dit, et d'autant plus qu'il y aura un template, nous allons suivre cela. Pour les questions de deadline, l'idée donc pour nous, c'est de soumettre des rapports pays d'ici octobre, d'ici fin octobre, de sorte à ce qu'au cours du mois de décembre, les différentes discussions et éventuellement corrections puissent se faire au niveau du cluster et que les versions finales puissent être éventuellement adoptées. Cela permettra à ce qu'en décembre 2021, donc, on puisse soumettre le rapport du cluster. Je résume mon intervention en cela. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Pourquoi l'applaudissement était timide? There is something magical that is happening there, that the cluster lead is in Benin, but because he's not represent, someone from Togo can take backup and present, take responsibility. So these are very magnific movements that are happening behind the scene. And this is really integration, cross-border integration, and the collaborations that are going there. These are very beautiful things that WANEL can allow. And I really want you to applaud that as well, please. And these are things that Selena can write in her report, in the PhD, and say, yes, WANEL is giving really possibility for countries to collaborate and take co-leadership on various things. So thank you very much. So you reiterate the need to consolidate the input, to have the collective, the agreed template for the reporting, and we will build on that for the next steps. So putting all of that together, I think it is clear that we still have a relatively short formative phase, okay, in which we will, each of you as a researcher will be going through the technical, methodological trainings materials that will be shared with each of you, getting ready. Contracts on administrative note will be getting completed. And the generic protocol, let's say, protocol, and as well as the reporting template will be shared. That will be a consolidated product of our collective intelligence. And in the meantime, as leader of your various cluster, you will be setting discussion platforms with members of your clusters. Please take time to build connections and strong linkages with persons working with you to ensure that they know exactly what to do and how they can communicate with you. And I see this session as a brainstorming together because of okay, thank you. Okay, so you will see a kind of two movement in all your contributions so far. There will be that period whereby even as a team, from what you are doing already, what the Ghana team already is doing in this room, by brainstorming, building on what they know from the context, they are already building hypotheses and they are making explicit some embodied knowledge they have already. I think it is important. Take time to do that exercise and put it as forward as possible so that you go on the field with a kind of guidance and a kind of clearly explicit knowledges. So I will ensure that this step gets clarified and that, for instance, before the end of June, you set up a platform. As soon as you will set up your platform, or early in July, as soon as you will set up your platform, you take some time to complete that kind of brainstorming exercise. And at each of the steps, you reflect and put on paper all what you have as embodied knowledge, and then start at the same time incorporating all the other new paper, publication, document, and knowledge you will have about the actual stakeholders that exist, that confirm your assumptions, your hypotheses, and then you co-build your result based on this strategy. So the various steps that you suggested will be incorporated in the consolidated platform template and also in the report. So there are two level of reporting that I want to highlight here. So we have the country level report. You explicitly mentioned the country level report that have to be completed somewhere around October 2021. Please take a red note of that. It's very important for country actors to have this in mind. Then we have the country report, the cluster report that have to be ready by December. So December do not mean 21 of December. Probably be sure that before the 20th of December, because after 20th of December, the minds are already in Christmas, and probably you will plan to get this done before the 20th of December. And then we have, don't forget that we submit our technical report to ADRC every 6 months, okay? The last report we submitted was by the end of April. The one that cover November to April. We submit that in May, okay? So for May, June, July, August, for May, June, July, August, September, and October, okay? We will submit one technical report in November, okay? That will be a step report, okay? So
it will not take you too much, but don't forget that somewhere in November, we will request from you to share with us what you have done, that just to describe the various steps of what you have done. It's not mainly about the technical full content yet that you will submit at cluster level in December. So we will arrange a little bit to ensure that this technical report that we will submit to RDRC have sufficient content that sell very well what we will have achieved at this time, and share it with other members of WANEL. But all of this will come as part of a communication plan. We just have a communication assistant very nearly recruited early of this at the beginning of this week, joining the team now. So I will ask her to wake up. His name is Sonia. You have been seeing her. She will be supporting on developing the communication plan for Recover project, helping as well doing that for the WANEL project, for the WANEL. And she will be trying to get in touch with all of you to have insights and to ask you to spread and share some communication elements about the project, the Recover project, under the coaching of all the actors that used to work on the WANEL communication strategy, etc. So we will put all of that together and not be surprised if those elements come out. So about the finalization of the WANEL constitution, the team decided that by the end of June, we will have a concrete draft ready. And there is also the WANEL annual technical report. That is something important we have to do by the end of the year. So if any of you get requested at any moment to contribute in this activity, please don't be surprised and cooperate. Okay. So on these notes, I will ask Miss Harriet to share announcements. So please welcome and use the opportunity to start thanking Harriet for all the work she has been doing for this meeting to take place. She joined the team like in March, April. She joined the team like last month, and she's already so active and having effective impact.
Thank you very much. All right, the first announcement, our PCR test will be delivered to us at 8 p.m. So those who want to have theirs printed, please send it to me by email and I will print them for you and you will pick them up at the reception. Also, those going on Sunday, you have your test tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. at this very place. Sorry. So make a point to be there. And then, sorry. The last announcement are those who are going to have PCR tests taken in their home country. When it is done, kindly take a shot of the receipt and then send it to us because you've been paid. But those who were not given any money or those who are not going to do it, you don't need to do it for us or you don't need to send us any receipts. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for all your contribution, once again, for all your contribution to this project. So please, George, from those present online, do anyone share the comments or want to share a note? So
So I'm sending the message to them now. Do anyone from participants that are with us online have a final note, a comment, or something to say? We can give 30 seconds or 1 minute to them to think about it. While in the room, we will be asking if anyone have a final note, something to share about the experience of this workshop.
Comprendre beaucoup plus les concepts. Nous remercions aussi la consultante qui est venue de l'Institut de médecine tropicale, l'IMT, et qui est avec nous depuis ce matin. En tout cas, on a beaucoup appris, en tout cas, dans le cadre de tout ce qu'elle a exposé pour nous. Aussi, c'est une occasion de magnifier pour les autres pays qui viennent de participer, à l'image du Libéria, le professeur Isabelle Inès du Cap-Vert, et aussi je vois la Guinée-Bissau, mon parent de la Gambie à côté. Donc, je pense qu'on est en train de battre le record de la mobilisation dans le cadre, en tout cas, du WANEL. Et je prie que Allah nous facilite les tâches pour que nous puissions, en tout cas, accomplir, en tout cas, tout le travail qui nous attend. Et je remercie tout le monde. Je prie que tout le monde aussi puisse rentrer auprès des siens. En tout cas, merci beaucoup à tous. Et ça a été un plaisir de partager ces moments forts avec tout le monde. Avec la petite Aïcha qui est avec nous aussi, qu'il faut applaudir, hein? Qui a fait le déplacement pour venir avec nous. Hein? Vraiment, merci beaucoup à tout le monde. Merci.
Oui, c'est la maman d'Aïcha qui va parler au nom d'Aïcha. En tout cas, ce fut vraiment un plaisir d'être ici, de partager avec vous. Comme Rama l'a si bien dit, nous avons et à très bientôt. Merci à tous.
Thank you very much. We are very grateful for all your efforts. Thank you. L'équipe des traducteurs, un banc pour eux, s'il vous plaît. Et puis, je vais inviter Gorgius, qui est la seule personne à venir. Please come. Come. As a representative of all the organizing committee, you are like the remaining one here. You have been working up and down. Please go in front and receive our applause. As really, we are very grateful for your effort. And I will give you the mic and ask, so you are an intern at Dodoa now. Do you feel like this field of health policy and system research, as what you see now, is attractive for you?
Sure, actually, this is a very great opportunity. Being with the Dodoa Health Research Center, and then this is my first time attending such a great program. Actually, I'm doing my national service. I'll be done next month at the Health Research Center, Dodoa. So I'm working directly under Aunt Selena Defo for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So because it is part also of our duties to support you as an emerging generation to join the field. So Afia, thank you for coming to support us. Thank you for helping us along our process of becoming a network solid with grounds that are well established, like your organization. Thank you very much. Yeah. So, goodbye.
Thank you.
We have a kind of slogan for one.